Chapter 2884. Master Duan Lingtian only needs half an hour to heat up the prominent celestial pill cauldron with his prominent celestial fire. Master Duan Lingtian can refine 13 overarching heaven pills in one go. Master Duan Lingtian. Most importantly, Master Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old. The person who was speaking loudly was none other than Zhongshang, the supreme celestial alchemist from the Alliance of Celestial Masters. He was also the person who had witnessed the bet between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian twice. As soon as Zhongshang finished speaking, the people in the alchemy square turned to look at a purple-clad figure in unison. It was a young man dressed in purple. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had a handsome appearance, a slender figure, and an outstanding temperament. Facing the numerous burning gazes that swept over from the surroundings, the violet-clothed young man's gaze was calm, and his face was composed. It was as if he could maintain his composure even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, and he seemed like an otherworldly expert that had no desires. Duan Lingtian, Li-In, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, glared at Duan Lingtian coldly. It was as though he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. However, before he could confirm Duan Lingtian's background, he did not dare to act recklessly no matter how much he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He's not even 100 years old. How can he be an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial and a prominent celestial alchemist? Moreover, he's capable of refining overarching heaven pills and is comparable to a supreme celestial alchemist from the profound heaven celestial sect. Ji-Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, stared at Duan Lingtian with jealousy in his eyes. He, Ji-Fan, had always thought that he was the pride of the heavens. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens among his peers in every aspect. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, his pride was not worth mentioning at all. In fact, compared to Duan Lingtian, he was so ordinary that he could not be any more ordinary. Moreover, due to his mistaken judgment, he had allowed Duan Lingtian to win a triple trait Duke grade celestial method from the blissful sect. For this reason, he hated Duan Lingtian to the core. Just like Li-In, he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. I hope you're really from a powerful clan in the central area. Otherwise, you'll die the day the blissful sect discovers your background. Ji-Fan stared at Duan Lingtian with a hint of jealousy in his eyes before it turned into killing intent. It made Duan Lingtian feel uncomfortable, as though he was being stared at by a venomous snake. The Arhat of the blissful sect? Duan Lingtian turned around and saw Ji-Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect. He merely glanced at Ji-Fan indifferently before he averted his gaze. If it was Li-In, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, Duan Lingtian would have been more wary. However, Ji-Fan was different. He did not care about Ji-Fan at all. He dares to look down on me? The indifference in Duan Lingtian's eyes infuriated Ji-Fan, causing him to tremble violently. The killing intent in his eyes was so intense that it could not be any stronger. If Shen didn't die, he'd still be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the profound heaven celestial sect. Naturally, Xian can't be compared to him. He seems to be a junior from a major clan in the central area. He's probably from a powerful clan in the central area. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Bai Wuji did not hate Duan Lingtian at all. Although Duan Lingtian had won the profound heaven celestial sect's divine ability, he did not think Duan Lingtian was an enemy of the profound heaven celestial sect. In fact, to a certain extent, he admired Duan Lingtian very much. He must be from a powerful clan in the central area. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to speak to me like that a few days ago. Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, looked at Duan Lingtian with a warm smile on his face. Since Bing has such a good husband, I'm sure my sister can rest in peace. Murong Bing stood next to Nangong Xiao as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. Although she was not certain if Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area, she was certain he was from a powerful clan in the central area. However, that was not important to her. Even if Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan, she would still have to ask her master's permission to be with Duan Lingtian. She had been an orphan since she was young. In her heart, her master was her mother. Even Nangong Xiao, the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, who treated her like a mother, could not compare to her in this regard. Moreover, if her master found out about the matter between her and Duan Lingtian, she wouldn't hesitate in the slightest if he wanted her to die as an apology. In her opinion, if her master hadn't taken her in and raised her, she would have died many years ago as an orphan. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian will be leaving the wasteland soon. Otherwise, the Tai Celestial Sect would be able to suppress the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect forever. Jianqiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, thought to herself as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Zhou Shuqiu, who was standing next to Jianqiu Luo, looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentle smile on her face. A hint of infatuation could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Duan Lingtian's outstanding performance caused Zhou Shuqiu, a woman with high standards, to fall for him. After Zhongshan, the other three supreme celestial alchemists from the Alliance of Celestial Masters stepped onto the dilapidated stone platform one after another to speak. As time passed, the alchemy conference finally came to an end. Sect leader Jian, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, has passed away. Our speed is extremely slow. Do you mind bringing us along? After the alchemy conference ended, Duan Lingtian, Sitaming, and the others went to Jianqiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Jianqiu Luo was, naturally, taken aback by Duan Lingtian's uninvited visit. However, she hesitated for a moment when she heard Duan Lingtian's request. In the end, she agreed to Duan Lingtian's request under Zhou Shuqiu's expectant gaze. Since Master Duan has asked, I naturally won't refuse. However, I'm only doing this out of respect for you and not the Tai Celestial Sect. Jianqiu Luo did not hesitate to add that she had only agreed to Duan Lingtian's request out of respect for Duan Lingtian and not the Tai Celestial Sect. Upon hearing Jianqiu Luo's words, Duan Lingtian looked at her meaningfully before he nodded. I understand. I, Duan Lingtian, owe you a favor, sect leader Jian. Although he was not surprised by Jianqiu Luo's words, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Jianqiu Luo was a smart woman. Although Jianqiu Luo was not 100% certain Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area, it was clear she was willing to do him a favor based on his skills. Master Duan, when do you plan to return? After agreeing to Duan Lingtian's request, Jianqiu Luo asked again. We'll do as you wish. Sect leader Jian will return whenever you decide to return. Duan Lingtian replied. We plan to return in a few days. Since you plan to return with us, why don't you stay with us for the next few days? It'll be more convenient for us to return. Jianqiu Luo said. All right. Duan Lingtian readily agreed. After the alchemy conference ended, Duan Lingtian and the others left with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. When Duan Lingtian left, many people looked at him greedily. However, none of them followed him. After all, Duan Lingtian was with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Even if Duan Lingtian was not with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, they did not dare to act recklessly. After all, Duan Lingtian had the support of the Tai Celestial Sect. Moreover, it was said that Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area. Even if he did not have a celestial king protecting him, there was no doubt he had a 10 directions celestial duke protecting him. Over the next few days, Duan Lingtian and the others stayed in the residence of the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. in a restaurant near the residence of the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect in Alchemy City. In a secluded room, a young man sat at a table by the window as he looked at the residence of the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. His expression was extremely dark. Damn it! Duan Lingtian actually brought that woman to the residence of the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. If that's the case, how am I supposed to kidnap that woman? If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized the young man immediately. This young man was none other than Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, whom the disciples from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect said had died. Not only was Bai Yu Xian not dead, but he was still alive and kicking. Elder Tan, are you confident you'll be able to kidnap that woman by Duan Lingtian's side from the residence of the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect? Bai Yu Xian took a deep breath before he asked the old man, standing next to him in a deep voice. Young Master, Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, is a 7-star Celestial Duke. Although I'm also a 7-star Celestial Duke, I'm not as strong as her since I've just broken through. If I make a move, I'm afraid she'll notice me as soon as I enter the residence. The old man standing next to Bai Yu Xian was an elder of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. He was one of the people who usually accompanied Bai Yu Xian to protect Bai Yu Xian. Previously, when Duan Lingtian and the others had encountered Bai Yu Xian, he was not by Bai Yu Xian's side because he was in the midst of a breakthrough. It was also during that time that he, who was originally a Celestial Duke, successfully broke through and became a 7-star Celestial Duke. When he heard Bai Yu Xian wanted him to kidnap that woman from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, he could not help but smile bitterly. Don't tell me I can only watch as a cooked duck flies away. Chapter 2885. Young Master, why don't you look for the sect leader? The old man suggested cautiously when he heard the resentment in Bai Yu Xian's voice. Look for my father? Bai Yu Xian glared at the old man angrily and said, if my father finds out about me faking my death, he'll definitely teach me a lesson. Now, you want me to look for him and ask him to help me snatch a woman away? If I look for him now, I'll be lucky if he doesn't punish me. You want him to help me snatch a woman away? You must be dreaming, right? Bai Yu Xian took a deep breath before he muttered to himself, Forget it. Forget it. I didn't fake my death entirely because of that woman. Now that old ancestor Tai Ihishan is dead, the hatred that I accumulated in my heart in the past has been mostly resolved. If I have the chance in the future, I will snatch that woman away. Bai Yu Xian muttered to himself. Young Master. At this moment, a voice rang from outside the room. In the next moment, as Bai Yu Xian responded, another person walked in. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would recognize this person immediately. This person was none other than the person who had accused Hishan of killing Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, during the alchemy conference a month ago. At that time, the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had addressed him as Little Six. Little Six, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to look for me during this time? Bai Yu Xian frowned when he saw the young man. If father finds out I'm still alive, he'll be very angry. If he's not careful, the outsiders might find out as well. Most of the people from the top sects haven't left yet. If news of my death spreads, father might have no choice but to kill me to avenge the Tai Celestial Sect. Bai Yu Xian's expression darkened when he finished speaking. Young sect leader, the reason I came to look for you is to remind you of something. I know you want to make a move on that woman by Duan Lingtian's side and snatch her away. Little Six smiled bitterly. Why do you have to tell me now? Bai Yu Xuan frowned and said impatiently, Can't you wait until we get back? I was also afraid that young sect master would make a move and snatch that woman away, offending that Duan Lingtian, so I had no choice but to come. Little Six said, Hearing Little Six's words, Bai Yuxian immediately felt that something was wrong. He continued to ask, "What is it? Why are you so careful? It's like you're afraid that I'll offend that Duan Lingtian. Isn't Duan Lingtian a prominent celestial alchemist in the Tai E celestial sect?" Even though Bai Yuxuan had been staying in the Barren Land's alchemy city for the past few days, he was still in the Barren Land. However, because he did not go out, and the old man beside him also did not go out, they did not know about the series of events that had happened in the alchemy conference that had spread through the entire alchemy city in these past few days. During the alchemy conference, the old man had only learned that Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai E celestial sect, had been killed by his father. Young sect master, during the alchemy conference, Duan Lingtian, little six, who knew that Bai Yuxuan didn't know most of the things that had happened at the Grand Alchemy Conference, told Bai Yuxuan everything that had happened at the Grand Alchemy Conference. Duan Lingtian won a triple trait Duke grade celestial method from the Blissful Sect. Moreover, he won a triple trait Duke grade divine ability from the Profound Heaven celestial sect. Moreover, he competed with Master He from the Profound Heaven celestial sect. How's that possible? Master, he is a triple trait Duke grade celestial alchemist. How could a prominent celestial alchemist like him win against Master He? Duan Lingtian seems to be from a major clan in the central area. Bai Yuxian's face turned pale when he heard little six words. Previously, Duan Lingtian's strength in the Tao of Alchemy had already shocked him. It even made him faintly suspicious. He wondered if Duan Lingtian had a powerful background since he was so outstanding. After all, many of the juniors from the major clans would come out to gain experience. Later on, when Little Six mentioned that Duan Lingtian might be from a powerful clan in the central area, Duan Lingtian's speculation was confirmed. At the same time, he broke out in cold sweat. Although Bai Yuxian was not certain if Duan Lingtian was from a major clan in the central area, he was certain that Duan Lingtian was from a major clan in the central area. However, there was still a possibility that Duan Lingtian was from a major clan. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's performance, it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian was from a major clan. If Duan Lingtian was really from a major clan in the central area, and Bai Yuxian tried to kidnap Duan Lingtian's woman, the consequences would be dire. At that time, not only would Bai Yuxian's father not be able to save him, but even the Profound Heaven celestial sect would be in trouble. Although the Profound Heaven celestial sect might have a quasi-celestial king hiding in the dark to protect the sect, the Profound Heaven celestial sect would not be able to do so. However, a quasi-celestial king would not be able to withstand a single blow from a major clan in the central area. If Duan Lingtian was really from a major clan in the central area, based on his performance, it was clear that his clan was not simple. Let alone celestial kings, there might even be celestial lords in such a major clan. Fortunately, he brought that woman to the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's residence. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble if Elder Ten made a move. At this moment, Bai Yuxian was relieved that Duan Lingtian had chosen to stay in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect's residence. Otherwise, he would have asked Elder Tan to make a move. Elder Tan! When Bai Yuxian thought of Elder Tan, he was reminded of something important. He glared at Elder Tan and asked, "Didn't you hear about what happened during the alchemy conference when I asked you to investigate Duan Lingtian's whereabouts? If you had heard about what happened during the alchemy conference while you were investigating Duan Lingtian, I wouldn't have tried to kidnap the woman by Duan Lingtian's side. Do you know, because of your mistake, you almost got me killed. At that time, not only would I be killed, but you wouldn't be able to live as well." Bai Yuxian's voice grew louder and louder as he spoke. It was as though he was venting his anger on Elder Tan. At this time, Elder Tan, who had thought through all of this, was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. After listening to Bai Yuxian's words, he said with a bitter smile on his face, "Young master, I was too focused on investigating Duan Lingtian's whereabouts." I didn't pay attention to what the people around me were saying. However, it's fortunate that Duan Lingtian had chosen to stay in the Thousand Spiders celestial sex residence, so we didn't have a chance to make a move. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble. As he spoke, Elder Tan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. At this moment, he felt as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. He had thought of everything that Bai Yuxian could think of. Therefore, he knew what had happened between him and Bai Yuxian. Little Sixth. Bai Yuxian took a deep breath before he looked at the young man at the side and said, "No matter what you do, you must make Father and the others stay so they can leave Alchemy City. I don't want to go back alone. I'll only be safe if I go back with Father and the others." Bai Yuxian said. Bai Yuxian knew very well that it would be best if fewer people knew about his fake death in the near future. Naturally, he was most concerned about the people from the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. When those people from the top sects left Alchemy City, even if he appeared in front of others, he wouldn't care about how shocked they were. Even if news of his fake death spread to the ears of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions, as time passed, the matter would fade away. In the future, the Profound Heavens Celestial Sect would at most say that it was a misunderstanding and compensate the Tai E Celestial Sect. As for Bai Yuxian, he would not have to pay Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai E Celestial Sect, with his life. Bai Yuxian had long planned this out. "Yes, young master." After listening to Bai Yuxian's words, Little Sixth left. After Little Sixth left, Bai Yuxian sat in front of the window and looked at the residence of the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Apart from fear, there was also relief in his eyes. He was relieved he did not ask the old man to make a move. "I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be from a powerful clan in the central area." Bai Yuxian thought to himself, "It seems like I won't be able to get my hands on that woman." Although Bai Yuxian was slightly disappointed, he was still rational. He knew what kind of woman he could and could not get his hands on. Although the woman by Duan Lingtian's side was perfect and was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life, he was not sure if he could get his hands on her. However, he knew that Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan. If Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area, he would not be able to get his hands on that woman. In fact, he would be killed before he could even lay his hands on her. Although women were good, he cherished his life even more. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of Bai Yuxian's thoughts. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not even know Bai Yuxian was still alive. Otherwise, he would have fought for justice for Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai E Celestial Sect, who was killed by Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heavens Celestial Sect. In fact, before he left Alchemy City in the Barren Land, he would have made a fuss and forced Bai Wuji to kill Bai Yuxian to avenge Hishan. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian was unaware Bai Yuxian was still alive. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan were sitting on the bed in the same room, cultivating with their backs facing each other. He's really in the same room as that woman. Although Zhou Shuqiu had heard from Liu Luo, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, that Duan Lingtian was in the same room as the white-clad woman, she did not witness it with her own eyes. Chapter 2886. Although Zhou Shuqiu was mentally prepared for this, it was still different from seeing it for herself. Zhou Shuqiu glanced at the closed door before she turned around and left. After Zhou Shuqiu left, 2 prominent celestial alchemists from the Tai E Celestial Sect, Sitaming and Yangchong, walked out of the courtyard one after another. "It seems like the little princess of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect has fallen for Master Duan," Yangchong asked as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu's departing figure. "That's normal." Upon hearing Yangchong's words, Sitaming said, "Master Duan is not even 100 years old, and yet he's already so accomplished. Moreover, didn't you hear Master Duan mention that he's from a powerful clan in the central area? I'm sure any woman would fall for such an outstanding man, right?" I've heard of the little princess of the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect in the past. She has very high standards and won't take a liking to ordinary men. If a perfect man appeared in her eyes, she would fall for him wholeheartedly. Yang Chong nodded. Master Situ, you know about women? Yang Chong was surprised. Of course. After all, I killed 1,000 people when I was young. Situ Ming raised his head proudly before he returned to his courtyard. Killed 1,000 people? Yang Chong was confused when he heard Situ Ming's words. However, when he regained his senses, he was dumbfounded. Master, Situ seems like an honest man. Yang Chong was stunned. How could such a person be so flirtatious when he was young? At this moment, Yang Chong felt as though his world had been turned upside down. A few days later, the people from the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others made their way to the courtyard to meet up with the people from the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect. Brother Lingtian, how long do you think it'll take you to master the 2 celestial methods and divine abilities that you obtained? Along the way, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to him. I'm not sure. If I put in more effort, I should be able to master them in a short time. Duan Lingtian replied telepathically. In the past few days, he had only spent half of his time cultivating. The rest of his time was spent on the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities he had obtained from the Blissful Sect and the Profound Heaven celestial sect. During the alchemy conference, he had won a triple trait Duke-grade celestial method and a triple trait divine ability. In the history of the 6 southeastern regions, Duan Lingtian's battle achievement could be considered to be unprecedented, even though it could not be said that no one in the future would be able to match it. That Monarch-grade divine ability, Purple Chi comes from the east, is still all right. It's a rather balanced and mediocre divine ability. My comprehension of other divine abilities in the past has many similarities with it. If I want to completely comprehend it, it won't take me too long. As for the Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, it'll take some time. If it's a Duke-grade celestial method that's suitable for Sword Immortals, it'll be easier for me to comprehend it with my understanding of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Unfortunately, it's the celestial method that's not suitable for Sword Immortals. However, the moon waxes and wanes. Not everything is perfect. I should be satisfied with the 2 celestial methods and divine abilities that I've obtained. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During these 2 days, while Duan Lingtian was comprehending the celestial method, the Immobilization King method, and the divine ability, the Purple Chi comes from the east. As it turned out, as long as the celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms were similar, they would have many similarities. For example, the Purple Chi comes from the east was a balanced and mediocre divine ability that did not have any specific characteristics. This divine ability shared many similarities with the divine abilities that he had mastered previously. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to comprehend it. For this reason, if the circumstances allow, it's best for me to choose celestial methods and divine abilities that are similar to the celestial methods and divine abilities. That way, I'll be able to spend less time comprehending them. With the extra time, I can use it to cultivate and do other things. Sometimes, one would only be able to feel something after experiencing it for themselves. Although Duan Lingtian had learned a little about this in the past, it was only a superficial understanding. He did not feel anything from it at all. It was nothing compared to his personal experience. Master Duan. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the others met up with the people from the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect. Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect, took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. Sect leader Jian. Duan Lingtian greeted Jian Qiu Luo with a smile on his face. At the same time, he nodded at Zhou Shuqiu, who was standing next to Jian Qiu Luo. After all, they were old acquaintances. It would be rude if they did not greet each other when they met. However, Duan Lingtian soon discovered that Zhou Shuqiu Luo's attitude was very different from before. Zhou Shuqiu, who had been quite friendly to him a few days ago, was a little cold and indifferent to him today. She just gave him a faint reply and ignored him. Although he was confused, he did not dwell on it. He only sighed inwardly. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Junior sister, what's wrong? Don't tell me you like Master Duan? At this moment, Jian Chilua also noticed that something was wrong with Zhou Shuqiu. She couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Zhou Shuqiu. Zhou Shuqiu's face turned red when she heard Jian Luo's question. She retorted through voice transmission, Senior sister, what are you talking about? Who likes him? Even if all the men in the world died, I still wouldn't like a playboy like him. Why? Are you jealous of Miss Huaner? It was not difficult for Jian Luo to guess Zhou Shuqiu's thoughts when she heard the jealousy in Zhou Shuqiu's voice. Therefore, she said, Junior sister, it's rare for a powerful man to only have one woman. Master Duan is not bad. If it's possible, you should hold on to him. Jian Luo continued to persuade Zhou Shuqiu. Although Jian Luo had never been in a relationship before, she had never been in a relationship with a man. However, as the saying went, a man is a woman. Even if one has never tasted pork, one must have seen a pig run. There were many women in the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect. Naturally, she knew a lot about relationships. Senior sister, I really didn't. Zhou Shuqiu tried to explain herself through voice transmission, but she was beginning to lose her confidence. Meanwhile, Master Duan, do you feel the little princess of the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect's attitude toward you has changed? She's not as enthusiastic as she was a few days ago, right? A voice transmission suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. HM? Duan Lingtian turned to look at the person who had sent the voice transmission. It was none other than Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. Master Situ, do you know why her attitude toward me has changed so drastically? Although Duan Lingtian noticed Zhou Shuqiu's attitude toward him had changed drastically, he did not pay much attention to it. However, based on Situ Ming's words, it seemed like he knew the reason. Duan Lingtian's curiosity was piqued. Master Duan, 3 days ago. Faced with Duan Lingtian's curiosity, Situ Ming smiled and told him about Zhou Shuqiu's visit 3 days ago and how she found them in the same room. What does this have to do with her change in attitude toward me? Duan Lingtian was confused by Situ Ming's words. Master Duan, don't tell me you can't tell she's in love with you? Situ Ming's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. What? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. He glanced at Zhou Shuqiu before he looked at Situ Ming again. She's in love with me? Master Situ, are you mistaken? That's impossible. Situ Ming shook his head. Master Duan, you seem to be acquainted with the little princess of the 1,000 Spiders celestial sect. If I'm not mistaken, her attitude toward you is completely different from when you were in the wasteland, right? I think so. Upon hearing Situ Ming's words, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he realized something. Indeed, Zhou Shuqiu's attitude toward him had changed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Shuqiu. He saw Zhou Shuqiu was looking at him as well. When she saw him looking at her, she turned to look at him with a blush on her cheeks. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he realized he was a little slow on the uptake. Naturally, this did not mean Duan Lingtian had a low EQ. After all, he had always treated Zhou Shuqiu as his woman's best friend. Murong Bing was his woman, and Zhou Shuqiu was Murong Bing's best friend. For this reason, he did not think Zhou Shuqiu's attitude toward him was romantic. He only thought Zhou Shuqiu's attitude toward him was good because of Murong Bing. However, with Situ Ming's reminder and his observation, it was not difficult for him to figure out that Zhou Shuqiu's feelings toward Zhou Shuqiu had changed. Zhou Shuqiu seemed to have fallen for him. It seems like I have to avoid third Miss Zhou in the future, Duan Lingtian reminded himself when he saw Zhou Shuqiu was interested in him. After all, he was not in the mood to flirt at this moment. His wife, Ke, his wife, Li Fei, his lover, Feng Tianwu, his parents, his children, and his friends were all in the divine offering land, waiting for him to save them. He only had slightly more than 900 years left. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible, so he could go to the divine offering land and rescue Ke and the others when the spatial tunnel between the divine offering land and the Devata realms reopened. Even if it was not for this reason, he would still be in the mundane realm, and Ke and the others were still by his side, facing the flowers and plants around him. He avoided them as much as he could. After all, he had enough women around him. Moreover, he loved them very much. He did not want to hurt them because of another woman. Morong Bing was an exception. Chapter 2887. I can't afford to offend her, but I can at least avoid her. After learning about Zhou Shuqiu's feelings for him, Duan Lingtian knew he had to be careful even if he had to interact with Zhou Shuqiu in the future. Moreover, if he had the chance, he would make things clear to Zhou Shuqiu. There was no possibility of anything happening between him and her. About half an hour later, the people from the Thousand Spiders, celestial sect, had arrived. Master Duan, we plan to depart now. Is there anything else you need to do in Alchemy City? If there is, we can accompany you. Jianqiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, asked with a smile as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head. We're just waiting to depart. In that case, let's leave Alchemy City and the Barren Land and return to the Wasteland. As soon as Jianqiu Luo gave the order, the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and Duan Lingtian left Alchemy City and made their way to the Wasteland. On the way out of Alchemy City, due to Duan Lingtian's presence, the group had attracted many people's attention. However, although Duan Lingtian's presence was eye-catching and the items in his possession were coveted, nobody dared to covet the items in Duan Lingtian's possession. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian was accompanied by the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Even if there were no people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, the Tai celestial sect's background was enough to deter them from taking action. Moreover, Duan Lingtian might have the backing of a powerful clan in the central area. That was truly terrifying. Young sect leader Duan Lingtian and his woman have left with the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. After Duan Lingtian and his group left, an old man reported to a young man in a room of an inn in Alchemy City. The young man was none other than Bai Yuxian, the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven celestial sect. The person who reported to him was none other than Elder Tan. Got it. Hearing the old man's report, Bai Yuxian nodded his head without any expression on his face. A few days ago, when Bai Yuxian learned that Duan Lingtian might be from a powerful clan in the central area, he no longer dared to have any ideas about Duan Lingtian or Huan. Although he could not extricate himself from Huan, or his perfection, he could not extricate himself from it. However, compared to a woman that he could not extricate himself from, his own life was undoubtedly more important. Which was more important? He had his own considerations. At the very least, before he could confirm that the Duan Lingtian did not come from one of the major clans in the central area, he would not dare to do anything to her. How many people from the other top sects in the 6 southeastern regions have not left? Bai Yuxian looked at the old man and asked. After the people from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect left, there are still people from 7 sects, including the Profound Heaven celestial sect. The old man said, Yes. Bai Yuxian nodded and waved his hand. Continue to monitor the movements of the people from the other 6 sections. Once they've left, I'll meet up with my father and the others. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven celestial sect, did not expect his son to still be alive. In fact, he even wanted to return to the Profound Heaven celestial sect as soon as possible. If he continued to stay here, he would be reminded of his only son, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect, who had been killed by Hishan. It seems like Master He and the others want to stay in Alchemy City for a while longer. However, I haven't seen them make any moves in the past few days. What are they doing? Bai Wuji was puzzled by this. Bai Wuji did not expect this at all. Currently, everyone in the Profound Heaven Celestial Sects group in Alchemy City was aware that Bai Yuxian, the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, was still alive. Moreover, they were in no hurry to leave Alchemy City because they wanted to cooperate with the young sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect. In the past, Pei Yuan, a supreme celestial alchemist who was only an honorable celestial alchemist of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, would not play along with others. However, during the alchemy conference, Pei Yuan felt he was a burden to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Moreover, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, had insisted on not giving him the king-grade celestial weapon. Apart from feeling guilty, he felt a sense of belonging to the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. For this reason, when he learned Bai Yuxian, the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, was still alive, and Bai Yuxian had asked him to help Bai Wuji, he did not hesitate to agree. Duan Lingtian and the others were brought to Alchemy City by Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect. Moreover, Hishan was an 8 trigrams celestial duke. For this reason, although they were not slow in returning, Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the 1,000 Spider Celestial Sect, was only a 7-star celestial duke. Therefore, it took them longer to return to Alchemy City. Master Duan, do you really plan to return to the central area in the near future? Jian Qiu Luo asked Duan Lingtian when they were about to arrive at the wasteland. Previously, she had hoped Duan Lingtian would leave the Tai Celestial Sect, the wasteland, and the 6 southeastern regions as soon as possible. However, now, she hoped Duan Lingtian would stay for the time being. At the very least, he would be able to return her favor. After all, she had done Duan Lingtian a favor by bringing Duan Lingtian and the others back to the wasteland. She hoped to get this favor back from Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian left. Naturally, she had yet to figure out how to get this favor back. For this reason, she hoped Duan Lingtian would stay in the wasteland for a while longer, so she could figure out how to get the favor back from Duan Lingtian. I don't think so. Upon hearing Jian Qiu Luo's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Previously, he had indeed planned to leave the 6 southeastern regions after the alchemy conference ended. However, he had to bring Morongbing with him. Now that Morongbing was unwilling to leave with him, he was in no hurry to leave. He had already made up his mind. After he returned to the Tai Celestial Sect in the wasteland, he would first comprehend and master the 2 Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Then he would raise his cultivation base slightly before he considered heading to the central area. Moreover, I'll stay in the Tai Celestial Sect for a while and wait for Brother Pei. Who knows, Brother Pei might show up during this time. Duan Lingtian did not forget the mysterious Brother Pei whom he had met in the wasteland. Currently, Brother Pei still had 2 royal-grade celestial weapons in his possession. The borderlands are not bad. Master Duan, you might not have the chance to come back in the future. Therefore, it's better for you to stay as long as possible. Jian Qiu Luo sighed in relief when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then she smiled and said, apart from that, the 1,000 Spider Celestial Sect hopes that you'll come visit us in the future. At the very least, you should come to the 1,000 Spiders Celestial Sect before you leave the wasteland. I'm sure you won't think our sect is too small for a great bodhisattva like you, right? When she reached the end of her sentence, she deliberately teased Duan Lingtian. You must be joking, sect leader Jian. Since you've said so, I'll definitely visit you in the future. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The wasteland is just up ahead. At this moment, an old woman from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect said in a hoarse voice. She was an old woman from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. The old woman was a senior elder in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Although her cultivation base was not as high as Jianqiu Luo's, Jianqiu Luo was still very respectful to her. Master Duan, it's the sect leader and Elder Tai. Situ Ming's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears as soon as the elder from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect finished speaking. Duan Lingtian looked ahead when he heard Situ Ming's voice. He saw two figures standing side by side at the junction of the wasteland and the barren region. Moreover, he was very familiar with the two figures. Sect leader, Elder Tai. The two figures were familiar to Duan Lingtian. They were none other than Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, and Tai Tai He, the former left guardian of Dharma and the current supreme elder of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. When Duan Lingtian and the others saw Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, Bai Ping and Tai Tai, he noticed them as well. It did not take long before they met up with Bai Ping and Tai Tai. Sect leader Jian, thank you for escorting Master Duan and the others back. The Tai Yi Celestial sect will remember this favor. By Ping and Tai Tai, he looked at Jianqiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect, and said gratefully after they met up with Duan Lingtian and the others. Sect leader Bai, there's no need for the Tai Yi Celestial sect to owe me a favor. After all, I'm only doing this for Master Duan. Bai Ping's expression changed when he heard Jianqiu Luo's words. At this moment, Jianqiu Luo's attitude toward Bai Ping was no longer as warm as before. This was naturally because He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, had died. He Shan's death meant that the Tai Yi Celestial sect was on the decline. In the future, among the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, only the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial sect had 8 trigrams, celestial dukes. Although Jianqiu Luo's attitude toward Bai Ping was not as cold as before, one could tell she was no longer as warm as before. Master Duan, since sect leader Bai is here to pick you up, we'll part ways here. Remember your promise to visit the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. After that, Jianqiu Luo turned to look at Duan Lingtian and bade him farewell before she left with the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. Zhou Shuqiu followed behind Jianqiu Luo. When she left, she looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. The tea cools down when people are gone. Now that the old ancestor is gone, my status in the Tai Yi Celestial sect is no longer the same as before. Chapter 2888. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, and Tai Tai He, the former left guardian of Dharma, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, were waiting here because Situ Ming had sent a communication celestial talisman to Bai Ping. In the communication celestial talisman, Situ Ming had said that He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, had died during the alchemy conference. For this reason, when Bai Ping received the communication celestial talisman, he immediately brought Tai Tai He and waited for Duan Lingtian and the others to return. After receiving the communication celestial talisman, Bai Ping and Tai Tai He waited at the border between the wasteland and the barren land for 3 days before Duan Lingtian and the others returned. It's normal. After all, the old ancestor's departure means the Tai Yi Celestial sect no longer has an 8 trigrams celestial duke. It's not surprising that Jianqiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect, would react this way. Tai Tai, he said. Bai Ping nodded. Yes. Bai Ping nodded silently. He naturally understood this principle. The reason why he said those words was because he was a little angry and had to get it off his chest. Master Situ, you said in the communication celestial talisman that the old ancestor killed by Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, but you didn't mention the details. Bai Ping looked at Sitaming and asked solemnly, "Why did the old ancestor kill the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? Even if the old ancestor wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have left any evidence behind." Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai E celestial sect, was the most senior person in the Tai E celestial sect. If he wanted to kill someone, there was no way he would leave any evidence behind. According to the informant of the Tai E celestial sect, the old ancestor thought the old ancestor had killed the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. Situ Ming recounted the incident to Bai Ping. The old ancestor of the profound heaven celestial sect? Hearing Situ Ming's words, Bai Ping was stunned for a moment. Soon after, he sneered, "Alchemist Situ, do you think the ancestor would make such a low-level mistake? If you killed the young sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, wouldn't you use your divine consciousness to check if he's still alive?" Situ Ming was silent. To be honest, he had felt that something was amiss from the very beginning. "Master Duan, do you think the old ancestor killed Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect?" Bai Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Originally, Duan Lingtian just stood at the side and listened to Bai Ping and Sitaming talk. He shook his head and said, "Sect leader, I don't think the old ancestor killed the young sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect." When the messenger from the Tai E celestial sect arrived at the Alchemy Square, the old ancestor saw him immediately. However, the old ancestor's expression didn't change at all. It was only when the messenger said the old ancestor killed the young sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect that the old ancestor's expression changed. I don't think the old ancestor is aware that Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, was killed. In fact, it's very likely that the profound heaven celestial sect's disciple framed the old ancestor for Bai Yuxian's death. Duan Lingtian explained in detail what he had in mind. Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, is a 9 palaces celestial duke. I'm powerless to stop him from killing the old ancestor. Duan Lingtian sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. "Master Duan, since you think the old ancestor wasn't the one who killed the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, the Tai E celestial sect won't let this matter rest. We'll definitely find out the truth and seek justice for the old ancestor." Bai Ping's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke. His tone was so cold that it felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. In an instant, the atmosphere at the scene became somewhat heavy. It was only when Bai Ping spoke again that the tension in the air was broken. "Master Duan, I heard from Master Situ that you've gained quite a lot this time. However, he didn't mention anything about it in his communication celestial talisman." Bai Ping took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He looked at Duan Lingtian as a rare smile appeared on his face that was originally filled with anger. "Yes, I've gained quite a lot." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he told Bai Ping about the Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities he had won from the Supporting Sun celestial sect, the 1,000 Leaves celestial sect, the Blissful sect, and the Profound Heaven celestial sect. The Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities he had won from the Supporting Sun celestial sect and the 1,000 Leaves celestial sect were not too bad. When Duan Lingtian had left the Tai E celestial sect with Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai E celestial sect, to attend the alchemy conference in Alchemy City in the Barren Land, Tai E knew Duan Lingtian would definitely win the celestial methods and divine abilities. However, to his surprise, Duan Lingtian had won a triple trait Duke grade celestial method and a triple trait Duke grade divine ability. After all, triple trait Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely rare. The Blissful Sect's Immobilization King and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's Eastern Purple Chi, their famous Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the borderlands of the 6 southeastern regions. Tai, he exclaimed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect you to win their celestial methods and divine abilities during the alchemy conference. Moreover, winning the profound heaven celestial sect's divine ability is a form of revenge for the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. Tai, he said. At this moment, even Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, was shocked. It took him a long time before he regained his senses. Even the anger in his heart from the death of the old ancestor of the Tai celestial race was temporarily forgotten at this moment. Of course, it was only temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. Sect leader, I'll keep my promise and share the celestial methods and divine abilities I won during the alchemy conference with the sect. Before I leave the Tai celestial sect, I'll fully comprehend and master the celestial methods and divine abilities and leave them to the sect. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Bai Ping. Master Duan, why you're leaving? Bai Ping's expression changed slightly. The Tai celestial sect had just lost an 8 trigrams celestial duke. Now Duan Lingtian was leaving as well? If Duan Lingtian left, it would be one disaster after another for the Tai celestial sect. Bai Ping's good mood was instantly ruined. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Sect leader! At this moment, Situ Ming, who was standing at the side, began to explain to Bai Ping about Duan Lingtian's other identity. The Crimson Skies Duan clan from the central area? Bai Ping was, naturally, shocked when he learned that Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area. At the same time, he also accepted the fact that Duan Lingtian was leaving. After all, if Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area, it was only a matter of time before he left. Moreover, Bai Ping knew his limits. With Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills and talent, even if he was not from a powerful clan in the central area, it was impossible for him to stay in the Tai celestial sect forever. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the Tai celestial sect's estate under the lead of Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect. Meanwhile, in Alchemy City in the Barren Land, Bai Yuxian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, finally appeared in front of his father, Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect. Father, as soon as Bai Yuxian appeared, he immediately fell to his knees and pressed his forehead against the ground, not daring to get up. What's going on? In the past few months, Bai Wuji had already accepted the fact that his son was killed by Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. He even thought about having another son to continue his bloodline. Now, seeing that his son Bai Yuxuan was not only alive, but was also standing in front of him in perfect condition, he was instantly stunned, completely stunned. Master, At the same time, Bai Wuji looked at He Pei Yuan, the supreme celestial alchemist of the profound heaven celestial sect, who had come with his son. His expression was one of confusion. Sect leader, I only found out a few months ago that the young master is still alive. He Pei Yuan sighed and looked at Bai Yuxian, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, Young sect master is your biological father. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. You, tell sect master everything that happened. Yes, master, Bai Yuxian's body trembled slightly when he heard He Pei Yuan's words. Then he told He Pei Yuan about how he had asked Little Six to fake his death and framed Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. Father, I've never suffered such humiliation in my life. I hate Hishan to the core. It just so happened that the soul aura in my soul pearl had completely dissipated during that period of time. That's why I came up with such a plan. When Bai Yuxian reached the end of his sentence, he still did not dare to raise his head. Fake your death? Frame Hishan and use me to kill Hishan. Bai Wuji's body trembled when he heard this. Bai Wuji's body trembled in anger when he heard Bai Yuxian's words. He pointed at Bai Yuxian and said, Do you know if news of this spreads out, the Tai celestial sect will definitely make you pay with your life? Father, I've already thought about it. I'll say that when He Shan attacked me, he was in the same situation as little Six. He didn't kill me, and I was heavily injured, but luckily survived. Bai Yu Xian said, "Do you think the Tai celestial sect will believe such nonsense?" Bai Wu Ji sneered. He Shan is an 8 trigram celestial duke. It's one thing for one to survive after killing 2 people, but you're going to tell the world that both of them survived? Chapter 2889. Ridiculous. Bai Wu Ji said coldly as he glared at his son. Father. Bai Yu Xian mustered up his courage and looked at Bai Wu Ji. Even if the Tai celestial sect doesn't believe us, they won't be able to produce any evidence. At most, the profound heaven celestial sect will compensate them. If they don't accept the compensation, we won't have to pay them anything. Don't tell me the Tai celestial sect is really bold enough to declare war on the profound heaven celestial sect? Even if the Tai celestial sect's 8 trigram celestial duke is still alive, they won't have the guts to declare war on the profound heaven celestial sect. As long as the profound heaven celestial sect doesn't make a move against the Tai celestial sect, even if the Tai celestial sect has a quasi-celestial king hiding in the 6 southeastern regions, they won't interfere. Under such circumstances, the Tai celestial sect can only grit their teeth and swallow their grievances. After all, they don't have any evidence to prove that He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect, didn't kill me. The reason why I chose to appear only after the people from the various top sects of the 6 southeastern regions had left the desolate regions, Alchemy City, was because I hoped that the people from the various top sects would only know that I was still alive after a period of time. At that time, the news of you killing the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect would die down a lot. Moreover, since the Tai celestial sect doesn't have any evidence, even if the Tai celestial sect seeks help from them to pressure the profound heaven celestial sect, it's unlikely they'll listen to the Tai celestial sect. Bai Yu Xian said. After saying those words, it was obvious that he had considered all the consequences. I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have planned all of this. Upon hearing Bai Yu Xian's words, Bai Wu Ji looked at Bai Yu Xian with a complicated expression on his face. His anger had turned into helplessness. Although he felt his son had made a mistake in this matter, he did not think his son had done the right thing. Moreover, his son had lied to him. However, just as Pei Yuan had said, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. What could he do even if he was furious? Could he kill his son and make him pay for He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect? My reputation has been ruined by this unfilial son. Bai Wuji sighed in his heart. In his life, Bai Wuji had always been open and above board. Although his reputation wasn't very good, it wasn't bad either. And this time, what his son had done would definitely be linked to him. It was impossible to believe that he didn't know that his son wasn't dead, and then all will say. Bai Wu Ji had deliberately found an excuse to kill He Shan, the old ancestor of the Tai celestial sect. However, since the Tai celestial sect did not have any evidence, the Tai celestial sect could not do anything to the profound heaven celestial sect, even if the profound heaven celestial sect tried to twist the facts. After all, the other sects would not join forces with the Tai celestial sect to pressure the profound heaven celestial sect. After we return this time, you will go to the profound heaven cliff and face the wall for 10 years. Bai Wuji looked at Bai Yuxuan and said in a deep voice, 10 years. Hearing Bai Wuji's words, Bai Yuxuan smiled bitterly. Father, isn't 10 years too long? If it was only 3 to 5 years, he could just cultivate for a while and it would be over in no time. However, 10 years was undoubtedly a little boring for him. If you say another word, you'll go to the profound heaven cliff and face the wall for 20 years. Bai Wuji said coldly. Bai Yuxuan immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Forget it. At most, I'll cultivate in the profound heaven cliff for a while longer. It's a pity I can't send a woman up there. How miserable would it be to not have a woman for 10 years? Bai Yuxuan felt bitter, but he knew he could only accept it. Moreover, he knew his father was not an exception. This was the most his father could do for him. In the Tai Celestial Sect's estate in the wasteland. After returning to the Tai Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian focused on comprehending the Duke Grade Celestial Method, the Immobilization King Method, and the divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi, that he had obtained from the Blissful Sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. At that time, he would be able to improve his strength. At the same time, he planned to leave the wasteland, the 6 southeastern regions, and the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory to the central area. There were many powerhouses in the central area, and the cultivation environment and resources were much better than those in the borderlands. Although Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about the cultivation environment due to Huan Ai's divine crystal, the cultivation resources in the borderlands were not as good as those in the central area. Most importantly, there was no need for him to worry about this. He did not feel any competition in the borderlands. Currently, he was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect, one of the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Although his cultivation base was ordinary, due to his skill in alchemy, he was on par with Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial Sect. In this kind of environment, no one paid any attention to the level of his cultivation, so he didn't have to worry about the pressure due to his low cultivation. After all, he had the support of the Tai Celestial Sect. When I leave the borderlands and head to the central area, I'll have to give myself some pressure. Only in a stressful environment will I be able to cultivate and make breakthroughs. It's not like now where I don't feel any pressure at all. It's fine for now, but once I become a Celestial Duke, it'll be almost impossible for me to raise my cultivation base in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. Currently, he was only an overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. As long as he had enough overarching heaven pills, coupled with his innate talent, he would be able to raise his cultivation base quickly. However, once one broke through and became a Celestial Duke, one would not be able to rely on pills like the overarching heaven pills and great overarching pills for overarching heavenly supreme celestials and great overarching golden celestials. Although there were some heavenly treasures and earthly pills that could increase the cultivation of immortal monarchs, they were all extremely rare existences. Even immortal kings might not be able to obtain them. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind to leave the borderlands and head to the central area. Apart from wanting to raise his cultivation base, he wanted to give the celestial methods and divine abilities he had won from the Blissful Sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect to the Tai Celestial Sect. Apart from that, he also planned to wait for Brother Pei to come and take the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring and the mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring that he had retrieved from the little world. Both the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring and the mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring were royal-grade celestial weapons. He did not think Brother Pei would ignore the 2 celestial weapons. However, before I leave the borderlands, I have to make a trip to the compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Only after I've dealt with her will I be able to leave the borderlands with peace of mind. All of a sudden, a beautiful figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was none other than Morong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, whom he had slept with. It doesn't matter if you leave with me or not. I won't allow anyone to hurt you. Duan Lingtian was prepared to use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon for Morong Bing. Before leaving the borderlands, Duan Lingtian planned to visit the compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect and use the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that granted him strength comparable to a celestial lord to threaten Morong Bing's master and her master's father, the 10-direction Celestial Duke of the compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Time continued to pass by. Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten about time as he continued to comprehend the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Unbeknownst to Duan Lingtian, the Blissful Sect's intelligence network had spread to the Blissful Sect. Duan Lingtian did not know that the blissful sex intelligence network had already infiltrated the wasteland and all the places he had visited. Soon, the blissful sect would find out more about him. When news of Duan Lingtian's death spread to the Tai E celestial sect, it caused a commotion in the sect. Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, is still alive. How's that possible? Didn't the old ancestor of the blissful sect kill the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect? How could the old ancestor be killed by the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect? How's that possible? If he's still alive, wouldn't the old ancestor die in vain? The high-ranking officials of the Tai E celestial sect were discussing this matter. Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, is still alive? Moreover, the old ancestor only injured him severely instead of killing him. Just like the other person from the Tai E celestial sect, he managed to survive? Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E celestial sect, thought this was ridiculous when he heard the news. The old ancestor of the Tai E celestial sect had intentionally killed 2 people. It was already unbelievable that one of them was still alive. However, based on the news, it seemed like the old ancestor of the Tai E celestial sect had intended to kill 2 people, but they were lucky enough to survive. How could there be such a coincidence? How could the old ancestor of the Tai E celestial sect be so careless? Sect leader, this must be a scheme by the profound heaven celestial sect. The young master of the profound heaven celestial sect is still alive. The profound heaven celestial sect is just looking for an excuse to get rid of the old ancestor. After Situ Ming received the news, he immediately looked for Bai Ping and said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he let out a long sigh. Ancestor, he died such an unjust death. What? Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, is still alive? Duan Lingtian had just stepped out of his room to take a breather when he heard the shocking news. The profound heaven celestial sect is really ruthless. Duan Lingtian's eyes were burning with rage. It was like a prairie fire that could burn everything in its path. And to remember the mobile version of the website. And previous chapter, list next chapter. Chapter 2890. Duan Lingtian thought Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai E celestial sect, had killed Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect. However, after learning that Bai Yu Xuan was still alive, his first thought was, all of this was done by the profound heaven celestial sect. Bai Yu Xian, the young master of the profound heaven celestial sect, faked his death. Then Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the profound heaven celestial sect, made use of this matter to kill Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai E celestial sect. Hishan was deliberately killed by the profound heaven celestial sect. After learning all this, Duan Lingtian's anger flared up spontaneously, and he could not help but stand up for Hishan, sect leader. When Duan Lingtian saw Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E celestial sect, his eyes were bloodshot. Celestial origin energy surged out of Bai Ping's body as though it was on the verge of exploding. Duan Lingtian was called over by Situ Ming to persuade Bai Ping. When Bai Ping learned that Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai E celestial sect, was plotted against by the profound heaven celestial sect, he was so enraged that he wanted to charge into the profound heaven celestial sect and demand an explanation. It was Tai Taiha, Situ Ming, and the others who stabilized him. Master Duan. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian, the anger on Bai Ping's face dissipated. At the same time, he withdrew the celestial origin energy in his body. I know what happened. Duan Lingtian said, the old ancestor was deliberately killed by the profound heaven celestial sect. Sect leader, why would the profound heaven celestial sect want to kill the old ancestor? Is there any conflict between you and the profound heaven celestial sect? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask when he reached the end of his sentence. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Since the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had plotted to kill Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, it must be because there was an irreconcilable conflict between them. Otherwise, there is no need for the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect to go to such lengths to kill Hishan. No, Bai Ping shook his head. The old ancestor has no ties with the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. He has never had any conflicts with anyone from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Master Duan, I've asked the sect master about this. Situ Ming looked at Duan Lingtian and said, the only time the old ancestor had a conflict with the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was when we went to the Alchemy Conference in Alchemy City in the Barren Land. Didn't we have a conflict with Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect? According to the sect leader, the old ancestor has never had any conflict with anyone from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Situ Ming said, Master Situ, you're saying the people from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect wanted to kill the old ancestor because of that incident? They even went to great lengths to murder the old ancestor? Hearing Situ Ming's words, Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly shrank. If that was the case, then he was also responsible for this matter. After all, Hishan was not the only one who had a conflict with the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. However, as the strongest sect in the 6 southeastern regions, would the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect really kill the old ancestor over minor conflict? After all, the old ancestor had shown mercy and didn't kill anyone from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned gloomy. If Hishan had killed the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, Bai Yuxian, the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, would have died as well. Master Duan, do you remember how sect leader Bai Wu Ji reacted when he found out his son was killed? Situ Ming asked again. Duan Lingtian began to recall the events that had transpired. Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, didn't seem like he was acting. His anger, pain, and hysteria came from the bottom of his heart. I, Situ Ming, have lived for half of my life, so I can tell. So, can we assume that Bai Wu Ji didn't know that his son was still alive? Situ Ming continued to speak. Master Situ, you're saying Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, is the culprit? Duan Lingtian was not stupid. It was not difficult for him to figure this out when he heard Situ Ming's words. Yes, Situ Ming nodded. His eyes turned cold as he said, Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, has a good reputation in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. It's almost impossible for him to kill the old ancestor over such a trivial matter. However, it's entirely possible for Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, to do such a thing. Situ Ming paused for a moment before he continued to say, do you remember when Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, took out his son Bai Yuxian's soul pearl? The soul pearl did not shatter, but the soul energy in it was depleted. Every once in a while, the soul energy in the soul orb will deplete and need to be replenished. Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, must have known when the soul energy in his soul pearl would deplete. He could have used that opportunity to infuriate his father, so his father would kill the old ancestor to avenge him. Situ Ming spoke confidently as though he had personally witnessed Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, trying to kill the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, Bai Yuxian's figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. His eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice, since Bai Yuxian isn't dead, shouldn't the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect kill him to avenge the old ancestor? After all, the patriarch died because of him. Now, he's not dead, but the patriarch is dead. Situ Ming smiled bitterly. Master Duan. Situ Ming smiled bitterly. Do you know why the sect leader is so angry? It's not only because Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, is still alive, but it's also because of the news from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. According to the news from the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, the old ancestor did try to kill the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. However, he failed and injured the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Situ Ming said, "Ridiculous." Upon hearing Situ Ming's words, Duan Lingtian's first thought was that the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect was shameless. How could they say such things? The old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect was an 8 trigrams celestial duke. How could he fail to kill 2 people who could be easily killed? This was ridiculous. Indeed, it's absurd. However, unless the Tai Celestial Sect can provide evidence that the old ancestor didn't attack Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect, they can just deny it. Situ Ming said, "Even the sects in the 6 southeastern regions won't believe their words, right?" Duan Lingtian said, "They won't believe it." Situ Ming nodded. However, since the Tai Celestial Sect can't provide any evidence, they won't agree even if we join forces with them to attack the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Moreover, it's been some time since the alchemy conference ended. Most of the people from the various sects have returned to their sections. Under such circumstances, if we can't provide evidence that the old ancestor didn't kill Bai Yuxian, they won't help us. Situ Ming's tone was filled with helplessness when he spoke. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Situ Ming's words. Although Duan Lingtian had witnessed the old ancestor's death during the alchemy conference, he had only felt indignant for the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. However, now that he learned the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect had been killed due to their conflict with Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. However, Situ Ming's feelings were completely different now. Apart from feeling indignant for the old ancestor of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, he felt guilty. After all, he was also involved in the conflict with Bai Yuxian. In fact, the reason they had a conflict with Bai Yuxian was because of Huan Er. Naturally, he did not blame Huan Er. After all, Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, was the one who started the conflict. Bai Yuxian, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with killing intent, as though he was about to devour someone. This was the first time he wanted to kill someone so badly since he came to the Devata realm. Then, doesn't this mean the old ancestor died in vain? Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice. Theoretically, yes. After all, we don't have any evidence to prove the old ancestor didn't kill Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. Unless Bai Yuxian himself says the old ancestor didn't kill him, or the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect's disciple betrays him, there's no way the old ancestor's death will come to an end. Situ Ming sighed. In the end, the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect will only put on an act and compensate the Tai Celestial Sect. Compensate? Who cares? Bai Ping sneered. The Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, Bai Yuxian. Flames of fury gradually burned in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Moreover, once it burned, it seemed as though it was difficult to extinguish. Bai Yuxian must die. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life for the old ancestor's death. After all, the conflict between the old ancestor and Bai Yuxian was because of me and Huan Er. At this moment, Duan Lingtian swore inwardly. He swore he would kill Bai Yuxian, the young master of the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect, to avenge the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial Sect. After bidding farewell to Bai Ping and Situ Ming, Duan Lingtian began to study the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities he obtained from the Blissful Sect and the Profound Heaven Celestial Sect. He was eager to improve his strength as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to protect himself and the people around him. Only then would he be able to avenge those who had died because of him. Duan Lingtian took full responsibility for the old ancestor's death. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of the literature library. Previous chapter, list next chapter. Chapter 2891. For this reason, Bai Ping was certainly D was from the Li clan. Ji Fan, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, and Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect, were at odds with Duan Lingtian. Coupled with Li An's stubborn personality, if Master Duan of the Tai Yi celestial sect did not have the backing of the Crimson Firmament's Duan clan, he would have killed Master Duan of the Tai Yi celestial sect long ago. Why are they here? Meanwhile, the expressions of the three celestial alchemists from the Tai Yi celestial sect, Sitaming, Yang Chong, and Yu Zhongjing, changed drastically when they heard Li An's voice. Just like the people from the Tai Yi celestial sect, they were certain the people from the blissful sect had come with ill intentions. Lian, Ji Fan, Duan Lingtian, who had just mastered the Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi, that he had won from the profound heaven celestial sect, was deeply immersed in comprehending the immobilization celestial method, the celestial method, that he had won from the blissful sect. Why are they here? Duan Lingtian was curious about this. At the same time, he also faintly realized that this was not the case. He was certain Li En and Ji Fan had come with ill intentions. They lost the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, to me in the presence of the alliance of celestial masters and the top sects in the 6 southeastern regions. Unless the blissful sect is completely shameless, they won't come here to ask for it back. If that's the case, why did they come here? No matter how hard Duan Lingtian thought about it, he could not figure out why the old ancestor of the blissful sect and Ji Fan had come. Since Duan Lingtian was not worried Lian would attack the Tai Yi celestial sect, he no longer paid attention to Li En and continued to comprehend the immobilization celestial method, that he had won from the blissful sect. Duan Lingtian was certain Li En and Ji Fan were not here. He was certain Li En was not here for him. After all, the identity of the Crimson Skies Duan clan that he'd created during the Grand Alchemy meeting was sufficient to make Lian hesitate and even avoid him. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed. A layer of golden light was faintly discernible on the surface of his body. If one took a closer look, they would find that this layer of faintly discernible golden light formed a translucent golden Buddha. The golden Buddha completely enveloped Duan Lingtian, as if it was protecting Duan Lingtian inside. It was an airtight protective shield. When Duan Lingtian was comprehending the Duke-grade celestial method, the immobilization king method, he had unknowingly cast this Duke-grade celestial method that he had yet to master. 5 figures stood in the main hall of the Tai Yi celestial sect, where Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, received guests. Among the 5 figures, 3 were standing on one side while 2 were standing on the other. The 3 figures were Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, Sitaming and Tai Taihi, the former left guardian of Dharma, and the current supreme elder of the Tai Yi celestial sect. The 2 figures standing opposite them were none other than the 2 uninvited guests the Tai Yi celestial sect was receiving today. They were Li En, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, and Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect. Senior Li En, may I know the purpose of your visit to the Tai Yi celestial sect? Due to Li En's status and strength, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi celestial sect, did not dare to act impudently in front of Li En, whereas Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi celestial sect. However, in the face of the respectful Bai Ping, Lian did not even look at him. Instead, he asked impatiently, "Master Duan." Bai Ping was taken aback. "Senior Lian, why you're here for Master Duan?" "Master Duan? Situ Ming and Tai Tai, he exchanged a look as well. They did not expect Li En, who seemed unfriendly, to be here for Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E celestial sect. Upon hearing this, they calmed down. In their opinion, Lian was not to be trifled with. Since Master Duan of the Tai E celestial sect was from a major clan in the central area, Lian would not dare to act recklessly. Perhaps Lian had come here because he had a favor to ask of Master Duan. After all, Duan Lingtian was not only the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E celestial sect, but he was also widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Since the alchemy conference, Sun Chao, who was widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, had publicly stated that his alchemy skills were inferior to Duan Lingtian's. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had displayed his outstanding alchemy skills during the alchemy conference. After the alchemy conference, Duan Lingtian was widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. In recent years, there were also people who came to seek help from Duan Lingtian. However, their statuses were not as prominent as Li En, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Senior Lian, why you're here to seek help from Master Duan? When Bai Ping heard that Lian was looking for Duan Lingtian, he was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. At the same time, he sighed in relief. Seek help from him? Li En was taken aback when he heard Bai Ping's words. Humph. At this moment, Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, scoffed. We're not here to refine pills for Duan Lingtian. You can ask him to come out and meet my grandmaster, or bring us to him. Bai Ping frowned when he heard Ji Fan's words. If he was not afraid of Lian, he would have reprimanded Ji Fan. Although the Arhat of the blissful sect was the successor of the sect leader of the blissful sect, he was not qualified to speak to Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E celestial sect. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E celestial sect, was on par with the current sect leader of the blissful sect in the 6 southeastern regions. Bring us to him. At this moment, Lian finally regained his senses. He glanced at Bai Ping indifferently. Senior Lian, why are you looking for Master Duan? Bai Ping asked in a deep voice. Based on Ji Fan's words, Duan Lingtian was certain the old ancestor of the blissful sect did not have anything good to say to Master Duan. However, when he thought about Duan Lingtian's background, he felt more at ease. I don't want to repeat myself. However, not only did Lian not reply to Bai Ping's question, he spoke such a sentence instead. Moreover, the tone he spoke these words with was extremely icy cold, and it gave others the feeling that winter had arrived, as if they were in a world of ice and snow. Senior Lian, please follow me. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E celestial sect, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he saw Li En's anger. He did not dare to ask any further questions. After greeting Li En, Bai Ping obediently led the way in the front. At this moment, Bai Ping still felt that Lian was not a threat at all. With Duan Lingtian's background, there was no need for him to be afraid of Li En. Moreover, Lian would not dare to act rashly. Li En's expression eased a little when he saw Bai Ping's cooperation. Then, he and Ji Fan followed Bai Ping. Situ Ming and Tai Tai he exchanged a look before they followed the 3 of them. Master Situ, it seems like Li En, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, has ill intentions. Tai Tai he sent a voice transmission to Situ Ming. That seems to be the case. However, even if he has ill intentions, would he really dare to make a move on Master Duan? Don't forget that Master Duan is from the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area. Situ Ming replied through voice transmission. He was filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. That's true. Tai Tai he nodded. He had long known that Duan Lingtian was a member of a powerful clan in the central area. Due to this reason, he was relieved when he heard Situ Ming's words. At this moment, Bai Ping, Situ Ming, and Tai Tai he were confident in Duan Lingtian. After all, They did not think Duan Lingtian would lie to them. It had never crossed their minds that Duan Lingtian's identity as the Crimson Skies Duan clan in the central area was merely fabricated by Duan Lingtian. Master Duan, Senior Lian from the Blissful Sect, is here to see you. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E Celestial Sect, took a deep breath before he called out to Duan Lingtian after bringing Li An and Ji Fan, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, to Duan Lingtian's courtyard. His voice that contained his celestial origin energy easily penetrated the formation barrier in Duan Lingtian's room and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. HM, Li En, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect, is here to see me? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Bai Ping's voice. Then he rose to his feet and walked out of his room and out of the courtyard. Since Duan Lingtian had been comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities, he and Huan were not in the same room. Brother Lingtian? As soon as Duan Lingtian left the courtyard, the door to Huan Er's room opened. Huan walked out of her room and followed Duan Lingtian out of the courtyard. Huan stood next to Duan Lingtian and held his arm. What a perfect couple! Although this was not the first time Bai Ping, Sitaming, and Tai Tai he saw Huan and Duan Lingtian acting so intimately, they could not help but think to themselves. They felt Duan Lingtian and Huan were a perfect match. They were like a pair of celestial couple. A pair of celestial couple. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to still be in the Tai E Celestial Sect, Ji Fan sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian. I bet you didn't expect me and Grandmaster to come looking for you, right? You probably didn't expect us to come looking for you, right? When Ji Fan reached the end of his sentence, the sneer on his face became even more pronounced. His eyes even emitted waves of chilliness. However, Duan Lingtian did not even look at Ji Fan when he sneered at him. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, he turned to look at Lian, the old ancestor of the Blissful Sect. You're looking for me? Duan Lingtian glanced at Lian indifferently. Remember the mobile version of the website and previous chapter list of chapters next chapter. Chapter 2892. You're looking for me? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Li En, how dare you? Ji Fan shouted as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. His gaze was as cold as a sword as he looked at Duan Lingtian. How dare you address my grandmaster by his name? Do you really think you're from a powerful clan in the central area? Ridiculous. Ji Fan's tone was filled with mockery and disdain as he spoke. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E Celestial Sect, Sitaming, and Tai Tai, he were stunned when they heard Ji Fan's words. What did the Arhot of the Blissful Sect mean? What did he mean by saying Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan in the central area? Was it possible that Duan Lingtian was not from a powerful clan in the central area? What do you mean by that? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown on his face when he heard Ji Fan's words. However, Duan Lingtian could already guess what was going on. It seems like the people from the Blissful Sect have investigated me thoroughly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to act like this in front of me. They must have confirmed that I'm not from a powerful clan in the central area. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, what do you mean? The sneer on Ji Fan's face deepened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, the Blissful Sect's intelligence network, hasn't been idle for the past few years. We've infiltrated the wasteland and investigated your background. You are not someone from a big family in the central area. You're just an ascender who ascended from the mundane realm. As Ji Fan spoke, he emphasized each word as if he was announcing something. Towards the end, the disdain and ridicule in his eyes grew even more intense. In fact, it had even reached a point of no return. What? Master Duan is an ascender. Upon hearing Ji Fan's words by Ping, Sitaming, and Tai Tai, he could not help but burst into laughter. At the same time, they looked at Ji Fan as if they were looking at an idiot. Master Duan from the Tai celestial sect was not even 100 years old. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Moreover, Master Duan of the Tai celestial sect was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. His alchemy skills were well known in the 6 southeastern regions. He was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Moreover, Master Duan of the Tai celestial sect was an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, less than 100 years old, the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. How could such an existence be an ascender? Arhut, we might have believed you if you said that Master Duan is the direct disciple of the Southern Heaven Territories' titled deity emperor, the Southern Heaven Divine Emperor. However, you said that Master Duan is an ascender. Do you think we're stupid? Situ Ming sneered as he looked at Ji Fan. That's right. Tai, he chimed in, a prominent celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old? Moreover, he's an overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial, let alone the spirit overarching heaven. Even if you can find someone like him in the other 80 Devata realms, I'd still be willing to chop my head off and let you kick it like a ball. Tai, his tone was filled with disbelief. He did not believe Ji Fan's words at all. Ridiculous. Although Bai Ping was a man of few words, it was clear that he shared Situ Ming's and Tai his views on this matter. You don't believe me? Ji Fan felt wronged when he saw Bai Ping and the others looking at him as though he was an idiot. He felt like his lungs were about to explode. Duan Lingtian laughed. Fan, what's the point of arguing with them? If it wasn't for the blissful sex investigation, we wouldn't have believed Duan Lingtian had just ascended not long ago. Lian looked at Duan Lingtian calmly as he spoke to Ji Fan. There's no need for you to argue with them. Don't forget that we're here for Duan Lingtian. There's no need for us to care about the others. Towards the end, Lian's tone was filled with indifference towards Bai Ping and the other two. Bai Ping and the others' expressions turned unsightly when they heard Li An's words. However, although Li An's words were serious, it was not enough for the 3 of them to believe Ji Fan's words. After all, they did not think Duan Lingtian had just ascended. Duan Lingtian. Lian looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, I'm here on behalf of the blissful sect. We've investigated your background. We'll give you 2 options. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Lian continued to say, You'll join the blissful sect. The first option is for you to join the blissful sect and become a revered elder. The blissful sect won't mistreat you. The second option is for you to die. Killing intent flashed in Li An's eyes when he spoke of the second option. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the killing intent in the eyes of a 9 palaces celestial duke. For a moment, he felt as though he was on the brink of death. Duan Lingtian felt uneasy when he saw Li An's expression. Even if I'm an ascendant, can't I be from a powerful clan in the central area? Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression as he looked at Lian and said indifferently, Uft. Ji Fan could not help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, things have already escalated to this point, and yet you're still thinking of pretending to be a member of a great clan in the central area? It seems like you aren't willing to give up. Since that's the case, I'll tell you something else. The blissful sect has conducted a thorough investigation of those who have been to the central region, and we've gained a certain level of understanding of the major clans in the central region. However, the Duan clan of the Crimson Firmament isn't in the central area. Ji Fan said, It seems like the blissful sect has put in a lot of effort. However, do you think the blissful sect would be able to find out that the Duan clan of the Crimson Firmament is a hidden clan in the central area? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Before Ji Fan could refute his words, Duan Lingtian looked at Lien and said with a faint smile on his face, "If I'm not mistaken, even if I choose the first option given to me by the blissful sect, I'm afraid the blissful sect won't spare my life after I've served a sect for a few years, right? There's no need to deny it. Don't tell me the blissful sect would spare someone who could threaten the blissful sect in the future?" A hint of wisdom flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he finished speaking. "You're very smart." Li An's expression changed again when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "You could have lived for a few more years," Lien said coldly. "Unfortunately, you're too smart. You'll die today." As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent flashed from Li An's body. His celestial origin energy surged like a torrential river around him, emitting waves of terrifying aura. As soon as the aura of a 9 Palaces celestial duke appeared, Duan Lingtian and Huana shuddered involuntarily. Situ Ming's expression changed drastically as well. Even Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, 2 7-star celestial dukes, paled slightly when they felt the pressure from Li An's celestial origin energy. Li An was not an ordinary 9 Palaces celestial duke. In the 6 southeastern regions, he was known to be invincible among those who were not 10 directions celestial dukes. His aura was not something ordinary 9 Palaces celestial dukes could compare to. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air. Bai Ping and Tai Tai he exchanged a look before they moved to stand in front of Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, Elder Tai, Duan Lingtian did not expect Bai Ping and Tai Tai he would stand in front of him to protect him, even though he was no match for Lien. A warm feeling rose in his heart when he saw this. Sect leader, Elder Tai, this is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you, Duan Lingtian said to Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. He knew they would not be able to stop Lien, the strongest 9 Palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions. "Master Duan," Bai Ping said in a deep voice, "I don't care if you're a transcender or a member of a powerful clan in the central area. All I know is that you're the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E celestial sect. Therefore, no matter who it is, they'll have to go through me if they want to kill you." Bai Ping's tone was firm and unshakable. Although Tai Tai he didn't say anything, his tall body stood motionlessly beside Bai Ping. This clearly showed his attitude. "Humph," Lien scoffed. "Do you think 2 puny 7-star celestial dukes, like you can stop me from killing Duan Lingtian?" As soon as Lien finished speaking, he moved like a shadow and appeared in front of Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. "Therefore, no matter who it is, they'll have to go through me first if they want to kill you." Bai Ping's tone was firm and unshakable. Although Tai Tai he didn't say anything, his tall figure stood motionlessly beside Bai Ping, which clearly showed his attitude. "Humph," Lien snorted. "Do you think 2 puny 7-star celestial dukes, like you can stop me from killing Duan Lingtian?" As soon as Lien finished speaking, he moved like a shadow and appeared in front of Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. Remember the URL of the mobile version. Previous chapter, list next chapter. Chapter 2893. Duan Lingtian's left arm hung limply by his side as Huan hugged it. His right hand was behind his back at an unknown time, and a hairpin appeared in his hand out of thin air. The hairpin shone with a mysterious light. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. More importantly, there was a 3-petaled flower at the end of the hairpin. There was a layer of blood-red light surrounding the flower, and the color of the flower was blood-red. It was as though it was dyed red by blood. "I want to know, is it your idea to kill me? Or is it the idea of the entire blissful sect?" When Duan Lingtian asked Lien, one of the petals of the flower on the hairpin in his right hand began to move rhythmically before it turned into liquid. As soon as the liquid flowed, the petal seemed to wither. In the next moment, The liquid formed by the flower petal flowed along the ancient patterns on the hairpin like a stream, making the ancient patterns look like intricate little streams. That withered petal was completely blood red. Due to this reason, the liquid it had transformed into was also blood red. After flowing through the hairpin, it entered Duan Ling Tian's right hand and entered his body. From the outside, it looked as though it had completely disappeared. A dead man doesn't need to know so much. In the face of Duan Ling Tian's question, Lian smirked coldly. With a wave of his hand, a crescent-shaped streak of light appeared in the air and shot toward Duan Ling Tian at high speed. His speed was similar to when he attacked Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Even Situ Ming and Situ Ming could not see through him. Similarly, Ji Fan, the Arhat of the Blissful sect, could not see through Li An's speed. After all, Li An's speed was too fast. Master Duan! Master Duan! While Li An was attacking Duan Ling Tian, Bai Ping and Tai Tai He, who were sent flying by Li An, cried out anxiously. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw Li An attacking Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, they tried to help Duan Ling Tian despite their injuries. However, when they stood up again, the crescent-shaped streak of light that was filled with killing intent had already crossed half the distance and arrived near Duan Ling Tian. Buzz! The crescent-shaped ray of light shot toward Duan Ling Tian like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. At this critical moment, immobilization came. Just as the crescent-shaped ray of light was about to hit Duan Ling Tian, a golden shield rose from Duan Ling Tian's body at lightning speed. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the silhouette of a golden Buddha. The silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared and shielded Duan Ling Tian. Earlier, Lian had attacked Bai Ping and Tai Tai He so quickly that Duan Ling Tian could not even catch a glimpse of his movements. This time, not only did Duan Ling Tian see Li An's movements clearly, but he also saw how slow Li An's thunderous attack was. It was so slow that it was pitifully slow. The reason why he only reacted when Li An's attack was so close to him was because he was stunned by the celestial origin energy that filled his body. He was also shocked by the strength of his soul force. Now, he didn't even need to deliberately extend his divine consciousness to investigate his surroundings. He just needed to use his soul energy to sense everything around him. Apart from him, there were 6 other people present. The one closest to him was Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, Tai Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Yi Celestial sect, and Situ Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. Li En, the old ancestor of the Blissful sect, and Ji Fan, the Arhat of the Blissful sect. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was in complete control of his surroundings. He felt as though he only needed a thought to release his celestial origin energy to destroy everything in his surroundings. So this is the strength of a celestial lord's soul and celestial origin energy? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. At this moment, he could clearly sense the transformation of the celestial origin energy in his body. It was an indescribable transformation. Compared to before, it was simply like the difference between the clouds and mud, the difference between the heavens and the earth. It was not only his celestial origin energy that had transformed, but his soul force had also undergone a transformation. This transformation was due to one of the petals of the flower at the end of the hairpin that had turned into a blood-red liquid and merged with his body. The amount of blood-red liquid that the flower petal had turned into was not much. In fact, it was not even as much as a sip of water that Duan Ling Tian usually drank. However, after the blood-red liquid merged with Duan Ling Tian's body, it caused his celestial origin energy to surge and undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Not only did the blood-red liquid transform Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy, but it had also transformed Duan Ling Tian's soul. After the transformation, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was in complete control of his surroundings. At this moment, he felt as though he was the ruler of heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian, who was still immersed in the transformation of his body, quickly regained his senses when Li En, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, attacked him. He instinctively cast the Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, that he had not fully comprehended. The Immobilization King method was the Duke-grade celestial method that Duan Lingtian had won from the blissful sect during the alchemy conference. Once he cast it, the silhouette of a golden Buddha would appear around him. Impossible. In the distance, Li En, who had been waiting to see Duan Lingtian being killed by Duan Lingtian, widened his eyes in shock. This, on the other hand, by Ping and Tai Tai He, who were trying their best to stand up and rescue Duan Lingtian, stared at the scene in disbelief with their eyes wide open. Looking at their dumbfounded expressions, it was as if they had seen something inconceivable. Clang! At this moment, a soft sound reverberated in the air. It was Li En's attack. When it collided with the golden Buddha silhouette that was propped up by Duan Lingtian's body, it merely left a soft sound and did not cause any damage to the wall at all. Brother Lingtian, Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was horrified when she heard Bai Ping and Tai Tai He's words. Her eyes turned cold as well. HM? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the changes in Huan Er's energy. He could even tell Huan was casting a secret technique that had great side effects. However, this was only the beginning stages. Is this the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's technique? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. It was not difficult for him to guess this was the case. Huan Duan Lingtian quickly stopped Huan and said, "Don't forget that Brother Lingtian still has a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Brother Lingtian has already used one of the petals on the royal-grade celestial weapon." Huan had long forgotten about the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that Duan Lingtian had obtained. She only had one thought in her mind. Even if she had to sacrifice her life, she could not let anything happen to Brother Lingtian. She only regained her senses when Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered her ears. At the same time, she stopped casting the secret technique. However, she still suffered quite a serious internal injury when she suddenly stopped casting the secret technique. Barf! Huan coughed up a mouthful of blood. This caught everyone by surprise. No one had expected Huan to cough up blood so suddenly. Moreover, her face was pale and her aura was weak. Huan Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw Huan vomiting blood. A distressed expression appeared on his face as he said, "What kind of secret technique did you use? You didn't even have the chance to cast the secret technique before it was interrupted. Moreover, it put a huge burden on your body." Duan Lingtian had thought Huan would be fine as long as she stopped casting the secret technique in time. Alas, he was still too naive. The side effects of Huan Er's secret technique were far greater than he had expected. Although she had only stopped casting the secret technique in the beginning, she still suffered severe internal injuries. "Brother Lingtian, I'm fine." Huan forced a smile and shook her head when she saw the concern on Duan Lingtian's face and the heartache in his eyes. However, as soon as she smiled, she could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Huan Er's face turned even paler. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian pulled his left hand out of Huan Er's embrace and placed it on Huan Er's back. A gentle yet majestic energy surged into Huan Er's body, suppressing the chaotic celestial origin energy in her body. Then the chaotic celestial origin energy in Huan Er's body calmed down. With this, Huan Er's injuries were finally healed. "Brother Lingtian, is this the power of the royal grade celestial weapon?" At this moment, even Huan was shocked by the energy that surged into her body. As soon as the energy surged into her body, it easily suppressed the celestial origin energy in her body that had been agitated due to the interruption of the secret technique. In just a short time, The celestial origin energy in her body calmed down. After Duan Lingtian helped Huan adjust her celestial origin energy, Huan's tensed body finally relaxed. Er's body went limp as though she was about to collapse. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian reached out with his left hand and hugged Huan tightly. Er's body rested on his chest as she hugged Duan Lingtian's waist tightly. Hugged Huan like a bear hugging a tree. So, you're the one who did this. At this moment, Lian looked at Huan and sneered coldly. NT. Previous chapter, list next chapter. Chapter 2894. Initially, Lian was baffled by how Duan Lingtian managed to block his attack. At this moment, when he saw the woman next to Duan Lingtian spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, her face was pale, and her aura was weak as though she was suffering from the side effects of using a secret technique. He instantly felt it was the doing of the woman next to Duan Lingtian. Although he did not know how the woman managed to block Duan Lingtian's Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, he was certain it was her doing. Although I don't know how you, little girl, helped Duan Lingtian block that attack of mine, I think you probably won't be able to help this kid after this, right? Lian laughed coldly. With a raise of his hand, another attack flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Master Duan! Upon seeing this, by Ping and Tai Tai He, who shared the same opinion as Lian that Duan Lingtian had survived earlier, were shocked when they saw Lian attacking Duan Lingtian again. In the next moment, they wanted to help Duan Lingtian block Lian's attack. However, before they could make a move, Lian's figure appeared in front of them like a ghost. With a raise of his hands, 2 palms whizzed out. They were like palm leaf fans as they enveloped Bai Ping and Bai Yan. Take care of yourselves first. When Lian attacked Bai Ping and the other man, his cold laughter spread in a timely manner. Bang! Bang! However, after the 2 palms landed, 2 loud sounds were heard. The cold smile on Lian's face completely froze. This was because his attack did not land on Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. Unbeknownst to him, 2 figures had appeared out of thin air between him and Bai Ping, and a layer of golden Buddha shadow had also appeared in front of him, forcibly blocking his 2 palms that were aimed at Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. The strongest 9 palaces, celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions? That's all there is to it. Duan Lingtian, who was hugging Huan, with one arm, looked at Lian indifferently. A hint of disdain could be seen on his face. The silhouette of the golden Buddha around him was like an impenetrable barrier that could not be breached. Duan Lingtian easily blocked Lian's second attack. After blocking Lian's second attack, Duan Lingtian noticed Bai Ping and Tai Tai he were in danger and acted in time to save them. How's that possible? At this moment, no matter how slow Lian's reaction was, he could tell Duan Lingtian had relied on his own strength to block his attacks twice and save Bai Ping and Tai Tai he at the critical moment. Lian did not rely on the woman's secret technique to help him. For this reason, an expression of disbelief on his face. After all, Duan Lingtian was stronger than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength had far surpassed his. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's strength was far beyond his reach. He thought to himself, even a 1 basic celestial king who's stronger than a celestial duke wouldn't be able to appear out of thin air in front of me without leaving a trace, right? Lian did not know how Duan Lingtian had appeared in front of Lian and saved Bai Ping and Tai Tai He. During that time, Lian could not even catch a glimpse of Duan Lingtian's movements. This also explained a problem. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that even Lian could not catch a glimpse of it. Who are you? How can you be so strong? Lian looked at Duan Lingtian, and his face was filled with dense fear and terror. This was the first time he had seen such a strange person. Although Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, he was already an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist. Based on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed, it was clear Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Grandmaster, I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have concealed his strength. Even I can't see through his speed. Once he matures, he'll definitely become a threat to the blissful sect. There's no need for you to play along with him. Just kill him as soon as possible. A long night is fraught with problems. Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, said to Li En as he stepped forward. Ji Fan had no idea what had happened earlier. Apart from that, Ji Fan did not see the fear on Li En's face. Otherwise, he would not have dared to say such words at this moment. With his strength, he was utterly unable to clearly see Li En's movements, and was unable to clearly see what exactly Li En had done. Similarly, when Duan Lingtian appeared next to Bai Ping and Tai Tai, Ji Fan realized he could not see through Duan Lingtian's speed. Even so, Ji Fan did not think it was because he could not see through Duan Lingtian's speed. In his opinion, Ji Fan was confident. With his Grandmaster strength, Li En, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, could easily kill Duan Lingtian. In fact, when Ji Fan saw that his Grandmaster had not killed Duan Lingtian, he thought his Grandmaster was toying with Duan Lingtian and did not kill Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Ji Fan urged Li En to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. There's no need for me to play along with him. Kill him as soon as possible. However, Li En's heart jolted when he heard Ji Fan's words. He felt a burning sensation on his face. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, apart from the fear and dread in his eyes, there was also a hint of doubt. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He wondered how this young man, who was not even 100 years old, could be so strong. However, he was also skeptical. Could it be that the strength displayed by this young man was due to him using some kind of secret technique? Otherwise, he could not believe it. How could an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist, who was not even 100 years old, possess strength that surpassed an ordinary celestial king, let alone the spirit overarching heaven? I don't think there are any prominent celestial alchemists and celestial kings who are not even 100 years old in the other Devata realms. Even a celestial king who is not even 100 years old might not be able to do so, right? Ji Fan thought to himself. When he thought up to here, Lin was even more certain that the purple-clothed young man before him had most likely used some sort of secret technique to possess strength that surpassed an ordinary immortal king. Humph! Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Duan Lingtian no longer concealed the aura of his celestial origin energy. He released a small portion of his celestial origin energy to the surface of his body, causing a terrifying aura to fill the air. This is the aura of a celestial king. Bai Ping and Tai Tai, who were the closest to Duan Lingtian, regained their senses immediately. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief as they looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian saved them, the speed he revealed and the ability he used to easily block Lian's attack allowed them to faintly realize that Duan Lingtian's strength wasn't inferior to Lian. In fact, they were certain Duan Lingtian was stronger than Lian. Just like Lian, they could tell Duan Lingtian's strength had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian's strength. For this reason, they were so shocked that they fell into a daze. When Duan Lingtian's terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it reminded them of the celestial king's aura they had once felt in the past. To be able to emit such a terrifying aura, only an immortal king expert would possess immortal elemental energy. This was what Bai Ping and Tai Tai thought to themselves. Even the celestial origin energy of a 10 Directions celestial duke was not as terrifying as Duan Lingtian's aura. Bai Ping and Tai Tai were certain Duan Lingtian was a celestial king. After all, they had seen 10 Directions celestial dukes before. In fact, they had even seen a 10 Directions celestial duke in action. Swoosh! Li An's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy and saw the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He felt as though he was about to die. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Lian rose to his feet and shot out of the Tai Celestial Sex estate like a shooting star. Duan Lingtian watched as Lian left. He was in no hurry to chase after Li and Grandmaster. Ji Fan, on the other hand, was stunned when he realized that his Grandmaster had disappeared. He even felt a little guilty when he looked at Duan Lingtian and the others before him. Lian! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air. Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some sort of magical power. Everyone in the Tai Celestial Sex estate clearly heard his words. Do you think you can escape? Duan Lingtian's voice shocked everyone in the Tai Celestial sect. This is Master Duan's voice? What's going on? Based on Master Duan's words, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, the strongest 9 palaces celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions, is fleeing? I think so. I heard Master Duan is from a powerful clan in the central area. It's highly possible that he has a celestial king or stronger protecting him. It seems like his bodyguard has made a move. Let's go. Let's go watch the show. A commotion broke out in the Tai Celestial Sex estate. Many people flew into the air above the Tai Celestial Sex estate to watch the show. At this moment, boom, rumble. A series of thunderous booms rang in the air above the Tai Celestial Sex estate. Everyone was shocked to see the blue sky had turned purple in just a blink of an eye. In fact, when the thunderous explosions reverberated in the surroundings of the Tai Celestial Sex estate, the sky above them had turned purple. Heavens! What's going on? Why did the sky change? Can someone tell me what's going on? Why did the sky change so suddenly? The Tai Celestial Sex estate was in an uproar. Everyone was anxious and worried about the sudden change in the sky. NT. Previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2895. Only a few people in the Tai Celestial Sex estate knew the reason for the sudden change in the color of the sky. Is this the profound heaven celestial sex, Duke, grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi? By Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, and Tai Tai, the supreme elder of the Tai Celestial sect, stared at the purple-clad figure in front of them in shock. At this moment, Duan Lingtian slowly rose into the air with Huan in his arms. As he soared into the sky, celestial origin energy emitting a terrifying aura surged into the sky from his body. In the end, the celestial origin energy turned into a purple pillar of light that soared into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the clouds in the sky stirred and the sky changed color. In just a blink of an eye, the sky above the Tai Celestial Sex estate turned purple. Master Duan has completely mastered the Eastern Purple Chi. This seems to be a technique called Purple Chi Space that can only be used after completely comprehending and mastering the Purple Chi from the East. Right? The Eastern Purple Chi Space seems to cover the entire Tai Celestial Sex estate. Even the twin brothers of the profound Heaven Celestial sect, who are 10 Direction Celestial Dukes, can't cover even 1/10 of the Tai Celestial Sex estate, right? Based on Master Duan's strength, it seems like he's not an ordinary Celestial King. After all, even an ordinary Celestial King wouldn't be able to create such a powerful Eastern Purple Chi space. It is said that in the area covered by the Purple Cloud space, as long as the person who created the Purple Cloud space is within range of the Purple Cloud space, his opponent will be exposed. Meanwhile, Sita Ming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect, and Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, were dumbfounded when they heard Bai Ping and Tai Tai's words. Master Duan is a celestial king? Situ Ming was dumbstruck and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Duan Lingtian is a celestial king? In addition, this person wasn't an ordinary immortal king. Even the profound heaven's celestial sect's twin brothers, the 10 directions celestial dukes, can't do something like that? When Ji Fan heard Bai Ping and Tai Tai He's words and sensed the terrifying aura emitted from Duan Ling Tian, he was so frightened that he fell limply to the ground. He could not get up for a long time as his entire body trembled. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? Isn't he just an ascender who has ascended not long ago? Isn't he just a brat who isn't even 100 years old? Now, no matter how unwilling Ji Fan was to believe that everything in front of him was real, he had no choice but to believe that everything was real and that he was not dreaming. After a few breaths of time, due to the celestial origin energy contained in the voice, it spread throughout the Tai E celestial sex estate in just a blink of an eye. Purple chi from the east. The purple chi from the east you displayed is actually so powerful. Even an ordinary celestial king wouldn't be able to cast such a powerful purple chi from the east. At this moment, everyone in the Tai E celestial sex estate heard the voice. The voice belonged to none other than Li En, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Look, the purple sky seems to be returning to its normal color. A disciple of the Tai E celestial sect who was looking at the sky suddenly shouted as though he had discovered a new world. Many people in the surroundings looked up at the sky as well. He saw that the purple color that filled the sky was shrinking at an extremely exaggerated speed. Look, there's a figure in the middle of the shrinking purple sky. Soon after, someone else noticed the figure in the sky. A figure could be seen at the center of the shrinking purple sky. In the end, the purple sky shrunk around the figure, revealing the figure to the people from the Tai E celestial sect. It's a monk. Isn't that Li En, the old ancestor of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? I've seen him before. What? That wretched monk is Li En, the person who's said to be invincible among those below 10 directions, celestial dukes, in the 6 southeastern regions? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li En, who was shrouded in a deep purple energy, cut a sorry figure. Not only was his kasaya in tatters, but his aura was also very weak. It was as though he had just gone through a tough battle. At this moment, everyone from the Tai E celestial sect stepped forward and looked at Li En, who was shrouded by the purple energy. Swoosh! A purple and white figure seemed to appear out of thin air before everyone's eyes, and it appeared near Li En, who was bound and imprisoned by an expanse of deep purple energy. The sudden appearance of the figure attracted the attention of the people from the Tai E celestial sect. Isn't that Master Duan? The woman next to him. When the people from the Tai E celestial sect took a closer look at the newcomer, they realized the newcomer was actually 2 people. However, since the 2 people were leaning against each other, they thought they were the same person. At the same time, the people from the Tai E celestial sect recognized the 2 people. The strongest 9 palaces, celestial duke in the 6 southeastern regions. The person who's said to be invincible among those below 10 directions, celestial dukes. Duan Ling Tian held Huan, with one hand, and placed the other on his back as he looked at Li En calmly. Master Duan, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E celestial sect, Tai Tai He and Sita Ming, the celestial alchemist of the Tai E celestial sect, followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian. Grandmaster, Ji Fan, the Arhat of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Ji Fan did not want to follow Duan Ling Tian. In fact, he had thought of running away earlier. However, as soon as he made a move, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai E celestial sect, glared at him with killing intent. He did not dare to flee and could only follow Bai Ping obediently. Ji Fan's expression changed drastically when he saw Li En in such a wretched state. He instinctively moved closer to Li En. Currently, he had no one to rely on other than Li En. Only when he was by Li En's side did he feel slightly safe. However, he only felt slightly safe. Based on the current situation, It was not difficult for him to see that his grandmaster was no match for Duan Lingtian. It seemed like his grandmaster's current state had something to do with Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian, I've underestimated you. Lian looked at Duan Lingtian with a bitter smile on his face. I thought you were just a mere transcender. I didn't expect you to be so strong. This isn't your own strength, right? You must have used some other method, right? At this moment, Lian's aura was so weak that he was gasping for breath. It was clear he was severely injured. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Lian finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian could respond, Lian's eyes widened again. 2 dazzling rays of gray light shot out from his eyes. The 2 rays of gray light converged and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Soul attack! Upon seeing this, Bai Ping, Tai Tai He, and the others who saw Lian's soul attack were horrified. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. When Duan Lingtian saw Lian casting his soul attack, he knew Lian was betting on the strength of his soul attack. Duan Lingtian could not help but sneer. If Lian had used some secret technique to boost his celestial origin energy to the level of a celestial king for a short period of time, perhaps his soul attack was not as strong as his celestial origin energy. However, he did not use any secret technique at all. His current strength was all thanks to the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Due to the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, both his celestial origin energy and soul attack had risen to the level of a celestial lord. Although he was only an ordinary celestial lord, he could easily sweep through the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Chi! Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian's left eye flashed, he casually cast a soul attack that easily destroyed Lian's soul attack. Not only that, but it did not slow down at all as it entered Lian's body and attacked his soul. Lian's soul attack shattered instantly. Although Duan Lingtian had only casually cast a soul attack, Lian's soul attack was still at the level of a celestial lord. Even a celestial king would not be a match for his soul attack, let alone a mere celestial duke. For this reason, Lian's soul attack was easily destroyed by Duan Lingtian's soul attack. I killed Duan Lingtian because of my own will. It has nothing to do with the blissful sect. Before Lian's soul was destroyed by Duan Lingtian, he had left behind these words before he died. These words were uttered by Lian as soon as his soul attack was destroyed by Duan Lingtian's soul attack. He spoke extremely quickly, as if he was afraid he would not be able to complete his sentence. Is that so? After Duan Lingtian killed Lian, a sneer appeared on his face when he heard Lian's last words. He did not comment on it at all. At the same time, with just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the purple energy that imprisoned Lian disappeared. In the next moment, Lian's body began to free fall from the sky. The purple energy was none other than Duan Lingtian's Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had used the Eastern Purple Chi to chase after Lian and capture Lian, who had almost escaped from the Tai celestial sex estate. Arhot, is what he said true? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile as he looked at Ji-Fan, the Arhot of the blissful sect. NT, yes. Previous chapter list next chapter. Chapter 2896. If it was the Duan Lingtian of the past, even if he glared at Ji-Fan wouldn't feel the slightest bit of fear. But now, even though Duan Lingtian was looking at him with a smile, he couldn't help but change his expression. The nerves all over his body were tense, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He didn't see how Lian, the patriarch of the blissful sect, died. However, based on the behavior of the people around him, it was not difficult for him to see that the people around him were not interested in him. His grandmaster had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. Oh my God! Master Duan's soul attack is too terrifying. Not only did it destroy Lian's soul attack, It even destroyed Li An's soul. Li An's soul couldn't withstand alchemist Duan's soul attack at all. It was directly annihilated. Master Duan's strength is actually this strong. Master Duan is really good at concealing his abilities. In the past, I only knew that his alchemy Dao was extremely high. He even made a name for himself during the alchemy conference and is widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. But I didn't expect that, apart from his alchemy standards that can be rated as heaven-defying, he still has such heaven-defying strength. Based on Master Duan's strength, I'm afraid even a 10-direction celestial duke is no match for him, right? Alchemist Duan is definitely an immortal king, expert. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have such strength. Earlier, the sky suddenly turned purple, and the old ancestor of the blissful sect, Lian, was captured by the purple energy. At that time, I thought it was one of Master Duan's subordinates who did it, but I didn't expect it to be Master Duan himself. Oh my God, what kind of clan was that behind Alchemist Duan? A monster like him actually appeared. A prominent celestial alchemist and a celestial king who's not even 100 years old. Let alone the Southern Heaven territory, such a person is rare even in the spirit overarching heaven, right? I don't know. In any case, I've never heard of a celestial king under the age of 100 appearing in the spirit overarching heaven. Maybe I'm just ignorant and inexperienced. Maybe there really isn't a celestial king under the age of 100 in the spirit overarching heaven. While Jifan's expression changed drastically, he heard a series of whispers by his ear. These whispers came from the high-ranking officials of the Tai E celestial sect. When he heard the discussions among the high-ranking officials of the Tai E celestial sect, he felt a chill run down his spine. Arhut, are you ignoring my words? You're not giving me any face. Jifan's expression changed drastically, and his heart was filled with panic. He even forgot to reply to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian spoke again. At the same time, he looked at Jifan with a cold gaze. It was the coldness in his eyes that caused Jifan's expression to change drastically. He even felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. No, no. At the same time, Jifan did not dare to be negligent. He quickly looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Master Duan, I'm not ignoring you on purpose. It's not that I don't want to give you face. I lost focus just now. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. As he spoke, Jifan repeatedly bowed and apologized to Duan Lingtian. His apprehension made it seem as though he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would attack him. Jifan knew very well. With the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed, killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. So, can you answer me now? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and asked indifferently, Is it true that Lian wanted to kill me? Or is it the blissful sect's intention? I hope you're not lying to me, Arhot. After all, I can easily find out if I want to. Duan Lingtian gave Jifan a deep look, as if he was warning Jifan not to lie. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to lie to you, Master Duan. Jifan hastily waved his hand when he heard Duan Lingtian's reminder. The decision to kill you was made by the higher-ups of the blissful sect after we found out about your identity as an ascender. After the meeting, the Grand Master brought me here. Master Duan, I'm sure you know what happened after that, Jifan said. Duan Lingtian nodded. After that, he looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously. Master Duan, I've told you everything I wanted to know. Can I leave now? Now, Jifan didn't want to stay here for a second longer because this place was too insecure. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Jifan's words. Jifan heaved a sigh of relief and was about to leave when Duan Lingtian's voice rang in his ears. His expression changed drastically again. The reason his expression changed drastically was due to Duan Lingtian's last sentence. Arhut, I'm planning to visit the blissful sect as well. You don't mind leading the way, right? These were Duan Lingtian's exact words. In other words, he wanted to visit the blissful sect. As for why Duan Lingtian wanted to visit the blissful sect, those who heard Duan Lingtian's words could guess it. Master Duan is planning to kill the blissful sect? I think so. Isn't this a little too crazy? No, it's not crazy. It might be crazy for an ordinary person. However, for Master Duan, it's just a small matter. That's right. After all, Master Duan is a celestial king. Many people from the Tai celestial sect whispered among themselves. At this moment, even the weaker disciples of the Tai celestial sect had learned that Duan Lingtian was a celestial king from the powerful high-ranking officials of the Tai celestial sect. Although they were shocked, they could not help but feel excited. After all, Duan Lingtian was a revered elder of the Tai celestial sect. What's wrong? Based on your expression, you don't seem to be willing? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he asked in a deep voice. At the same time, his tone was even colder. No, I'm willing. It's my honor to lead the way for you, Master Duan. It's a blessing that I've accumulated over 3 lifetimes. When Ji Fan heard the coldness in Duan Lingtian's voice again, he was so frightened that his voice began to tremble. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At this moment, Duan Lingtian glanced at Bai Ping and said, "Sect leader, I'd like to borrow Elder Tai to accompany me to the blissful sect. May I?" Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he glanced at Tai Tai, who was standing next to Bai Ping. Of course. Although Bai Ping did not know why Duan Lingtian wanted Tai Tai to accompany him to the blissful sect, he could not refuse Duan Lingtian's request. Moreover, such a request was nothing to him. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked at Tai Tai and said, "Elder Tai, I'll have to trouble you to lead us to the blissful sect. I plan to continue comprehending celestial methods along the way." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, finally understood. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian wanted Tai Tai to bring them to the blissful sect. Since Duan Lingtian had to comprehend celestial methods, he could not bring them to the blissful sect. "No problem, it's just a small matter." Tai Tai, he replied with a smile. He did not seem any different from before. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice a change in his expression. A hint of respect could be seen in Tai Tai's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. The reason he had such a change was naturally due to the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. In the past, Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist whose alchemy skill surpassed ordinary Duke-grade celestial alchemists. Now that Duan Lingtian was a celestial king, it was only natural that Tai Tai respected Duan Lingtian even more. "Huan Duan Lingtian looked at Huan and said with a smile, "You're injured. You should stay and recuperate. Brother Lingtian, let's go to the blissful sect first. Let's go." Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Huan interrupted him. "Brother Lingtian, I'll go with you. I don't want to be separated from you. As for recuperating, since Elder Tai will bring us there, I can recuperate along the way." Huan said with a serious expression on her face. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could only smile wryly. He nodded helplessly. All right, after a while, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, and asked Tai Tai, the supreme elder of the Tai celestial sect, to bring them to the blissful sect. Tai Tai also brought Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, along with him. The people from the Tai celestial sect only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian and the others had left. When they regained their senses, an uproar broke out. Master Duan's trip to the blissful sect is bound to cause havoc. However, if Master Duan's actions shake the blissful sect's foundation, I'm afraid the sect won't let the matter rest if their quasi-celestial kings are hiding in the 6 southeastern regions. A quasi-celestial king? Do you think a quasi-celestial king from the blissful sect is a match for Master Duan? That's right, based on Master Duan's strength. I'm afraid ordinary celestial kings aren't as strong as him. It's fine if the quasi-celestial kings from the blissful sect don't show up. Once they show up, Master Duan might kill them with a flip of his palm. I'm more curious about Master Duan's background. What kind of clan is capable of nurturing such a monstrous genius? The people from the Tai celestial sect discussed among themselves. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian's monstrous strength. After all, everyone knew Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Chapter 2897. A person who is not even 100 years old might be able to use some means to conceal the aura of his flesh and blood, so that others would not be able to discover that he was not even 100 years old. However, it was impossible for a person who was more than 100 years old to disguise himself as a person who was younger than 100 years old. At the very least, nobody in the spirit overarching heaven or the other Devata realms was capable of doing so. For this reason, no one thought Duan Lingtian was pretending to be younger than 100 years old. It's not hard to imagine how shocked the entire 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands will be once news of this spreads. That's right. I'm sure those who have met Master Duan wouldn't expect him to be so strong. It's a pity Master Duan is from a powerful clan in the central area, so he'll have to leave sooner or later. Otherwise, with Master Duan around, the Tai celestial sect would be able to dominate the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. Don't overthink it. Don't forget that the formation between the borderlands and the central area has restrictions on celestial kings in the borderlands. It's impossible for celestial kings to stay in the borderlands for long. If I'm not mistaken, Master Duan should be leaving the Tai celestial sect soon. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, the high-ranking officials of the Tai celestial sect realized Duan Lingtian was about to leave the Tai celestial sect. The reason Master Duan is still in the Tai celestial sect is because he wants to leave the Tai celestial sect's celestial method, the immobilization king method, and the divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi, to the Tai celestial sect. Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai celestial sect, sighed inwardly. Based on the Purple Chi comes from the East and the immobilization king method. It seems like he'll be leaving soon. He's already mastered the Purple Chi comes from the East. As for the immobilization king method, I have a feeling it won't take long for him to master it as well. After all, this meant that the Tai celestial sect would lose a prominent celestial alchemist who was a celestial king. Moreover, this prominent celestial alchemist was not an ordinary prominent celestial alchemist. His alchemy skills were even better than ordinary supreme celestial alchemists. After the alchemy conference, when Master Duan of the Tai celestial sect was widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions, some people even said in the borderlands, there was no other prominent celestial alchemist who could compare to Master Duan of the Tai celestial sect. Because of this, many people said Master Duan of the Tai celestial sect could be considered the best prominent celestial alchemist in the borderland of the Southern Heaven territory. However, such an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist would soon be leaving the Tai celestial sect. Just thinking about it made Bai Ping feel uncomfortable. Master Duan, I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this, Sidaming, the prominent celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect, sighed emotionally when he thought about Duan Lingtian's display of strength. He did not even notice when the other 2 prominent celestial alchemists of the Tai celestial sect, Yang Chong and Yu Zhongjing, appeared next to him. I didn't expect Master Duan to be a celestial king, Yang Chong exclaimed. Monster. Yu Zhongjing spat out 2 short words. Although it was only 2 words, This evaluation was enough to show the shock that the events of today had left in his heart. Soon after, the people from the Tai-E celestial sect left one after another. At the same time, many people from the Tai-E celestial sect left the Tai-E celestial sect's estate to spread the news. It did not take long for this news to spread to Tai-E City. As time passed, it even spread to Thousand Spider City and Martial Dragon City. The three largest cities in the wasteland were in an uproar. Naturally, most of them were skeptical. After all, while this news was shocking, it was also too unreal. Meanwhile, the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and Martial Dragon Celestial Sect had also heard about it. Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, is not only an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist, but he's also a celestial king. How's that possible? I've met Master Duan of the Tai-E Celestial Sect before, and I'm certain he's not even 100 years old. It's already heaven-defying for him to have such achievements in alchemy. How can he be a celestial king? Fake news. It must be fake news. Whether it was the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect or the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. When they heard the news, they thought it was fake news. Duan Lingtian played with Li En, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. He even used a soul attack to destroy Li An's soul attack and killed Li En? If Duan Lingtian is really that strong, why didn't he save Hishan, the old ancestor of the Tai-E Celestial Sect, during the alchemy conference? That's right. At that time, Duan Lingtian watched helplessly as Hishan was killed by Bai Wuji, the sect leader of the Profound Heavens Celestial Sect. During the alchemy conference, Duan Lingtian revealed his cultivation base. Although his innate talent in the celestial Tao is heaven-defying, he's only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect who had attended the alchemy conference, as well as those who had heard about it, thought the news was fake. After all, there were too many suspicious points. Even Jian Qiu Luo, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, and Chai Kongyu, the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, shook their heads and smiled when they heard the news. He's a celestial king? Zhou Shuqiu, who was in the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, shook her head when she heard the news. She did not think it was credible at all. That was it. Although the news of Duan Lingtian killing Li En, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had spread in the wasteland, apart from the people from the Tai-E Celestial Sect, no one believed it. This was mainly because the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and Martial Dragon Celestial Sect did not believe the news. Under the influence of the two major celestial sects, not many people believed the news spread by the Tai-E Celestial Sect was true. No one believes it? I've seen Master Duan's strength with my own eyes. He's a celestial king. How can the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and Martial Dragon Celestial Sect not believe it? So what if they don't believe it? Do we have to beg them to believe it? It was only natural that the people from the Tai-E Celestial Sect were in a bad mood when they learned that outsiders did not believe the news. However, it's only natural that the people from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect don't believe it. After all, they didn't witness it with their own eyes. Moreover, no one recorded the scene of Master Duan killing Li En, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Ordinary floating image pearls won't be able to record the scene. Only a Duke-grade celestial weapon, floating image pearl, would be able to record Li An's movements. That's right. Even a Duke-grade celestial weapon, floating image pearl, won't be able to record a celestial king's movements. Only a king-grade celestial weapon, floating image pearl, can record a celestial king's movements. The people from the Tai-E Celestial Sect continued to discuss the floating image pearls. Although many high-ranking officials in the Tai-E Celestial Sect possessed Duke-grade celestial weapon, floating image pearls, None of them had thought of recording the scene. For this reason, many high-ranking officials from the Tai Celestial sect regretted their decision. Why didn't they use their floating image pearls to record the scene? Their floating image pearls might not be able to record the scene where Duan Ling Tian killed Lin, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. However, their floating image pearls would still be able to record the scene where Lin used his soul attack. As long as they recorded the scene of Li An's death, they would not have to worry about people believing that Duan Ling Tian had killed Li An. The Thousand Spider Celestial Sect and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect said that they don't believe Master Duan is a celestial king. It seems to make sense. What's the reason? They said that if Master Duan is a celestial king, he wouldn't have watched as the old ancestor of the Tai Celestial sect was killed by Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, during the alchemy conference. Why didn't I think of this before? Perhaps Master Duan thinks the old ancestor should pay with his life for killing the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect? Is that why he didn't make a move? That's possible. Moreover, it's only a matter of time before he leaves the Tai Celestial sect. Even if he can protect the old ancestor now, he can't protect the old ancestor forever. If he makes a move, Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect, will definitely be enraged. It's impossible for him to vent his anger on Master Duan. It's understandable why Master Duan didn't make a move. Meanwhile, Bai Ping, the sect leader of the Tai Celestial sect, had a deep frown on his face. He had a confused expression on his face as well. Based on what Master Duan said, he was powerless to save the old ancestor. In other words, he was powerless to save the old ancestor. He didn't intend to see the old ancestor being killed by Bai Wu Ji, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven Celestial sect. However, if that's the case, how did Master Duan become so strong? He's even stronger than an ordinary celestial king. Bai Ping was conflicted when he thought of this. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. I'll just ask Master Duan when he returns. Chapter 2898. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of the commotion in the wasteland after he left the Tai Celestial sect and the wasteland. At this moment, Tai He, the supreme elder of the Tai Celestial sect, was leading him to the blissful sect's estate in the Cross region. Along the way, he had been comprehending the Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, that he had won from the blissful sect. Once he mastered the Immobilization King method, he would leave the borderlands and head to the central area. Naturally, one of the reasons he asked Tai He to bring him to the blissful sect was because he wanted to comprehend the Immobilization King method. Another reason was that he did not want to exhaust his celestial origin energy during the journey. After using the consumable king-grade celestial weapon, his strength was comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. However, his strength was not permanent. As long as he consumed his celestial origin energy, his strength would continue to weaken until he returned to his original state. Now that I've only made one move, I feel like my celestial origin energy and soul are much weaker than before. Previously, my strength was comparable to an ordinary celestial lord. Now, I'm afraid I'm only comparable to a 10 directions celestial king. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. A 10 directions celestial king was the strongest celestial king. Although they were only a step away from becoming a celestial lord, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Nevertheless, with my current strength, I'm still able to do whatever I want in the 6 southeastern regions. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. For this reason, he focused on comprehending the Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, as soon as possible. While Duan Lingtian was comprehending the celestial method, Huan was recuperating from her injuries. Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect, did not do anything at all. He followed Tai He to the blissful sect's estate like a zombie. The sect must have learned about my ancestor's death by now, right? Ji Fan sighed inwardly with a bitter expression on his face. He did not feel sad about the death of his ancestor, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, Lien. He only felt that he was unlucky. Why did he follow Tai Tai He? After all, he was the one who had asked Tai he was the blissful sex. In the past, he still had some feelings for his grandmaster, Lien. However, after Lien abandoned him and fled on his own, his feelings for Li En had completely vanished. Although he could understand Li En's actions at that time, if he was Lien, he would also do the same. However, he couldn't accept kneeling down to understand. Do you, blissful sect? The encampment of the blissful sect was located in a lofty mountain range, surrounded by clouds and mist all year round. Apparently, the mist was the result of an illusory formation. On this day, the blissful sect's estate was in an uproar. Boom! Rumble! Without any warning, the entire blissful sect's estate trembled violently as though an earthquake had just taken place. What happened? This is an earthquake? Impossible. The blissful sect's estate is protected by many formations, and some of them are used to deal with earthquakes. Even if there's an earthquake, the estate won't be affected. Then what's going on? I don't know. In the blissful sect's encampment, many people flew out of their cultivation rooms and looked at each other in confusion. They had no idea what had happened. Brethren, it wasn't until an earth-shattering roar reverberated in the air, causing the eardrums of the blissful sect members to tremble. Only then did they realize what had just happened. Isn't that old ancestor Li Ping's voice? Based on his voice, it seems like something has happened to old ancestor Lien. It can't be, right? Old ancestor Li En left the sect not long ago to look for Duan Lingtian in the Tai Yi celestial sect in the wasteland. It's impossible for anyone in the wasteland to pose a threat to him, right? That's right. Unless Duan Lingtian is from a powerful clan in the central area and has a celestial king by his side, it's impossible for him to kill old ancestor Lien. When the high-ranking members of the blissful sect heard the angry roar, they realized that their other patriarch, Li En, might be in trouble. Otherwise, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, would not be so angry. Let's go. Let's see what happened. Let's go. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including the sect leader of the blissful sect, immediately flew toward the source of the thunderous voice. Although they did not know what had happened, they knew it was impossible for them to guess what had happened. Old ancestor Li En is in the blissful sect. Based on old ancestor Lian's reaction, it seems like something has happened to old ancestor Lien based on old ancestor Lian's soul pearl. It seems like something has happened to old ancestor Lien. Unless old ancestor Lien is dead, it's impossible for old ancestor Li Ping to know about old ancestor Li An's condition. Old ancestor Lien is dead? Although I hope it's not true, I'm sure it's the truth. We'll be able to confirm it once we meet old ancestor Li Ping. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect discussed among themselves as they made their way to Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. As for their expressions, they all had ugly expressions on their faces. If the blissful sect's patriarch Li En was really dead, it wouldn't be good news for the blissful sect. This meant that the blissful sect would lose their lives. The blissful sect would lose a 9 palaces celestial duke. Moreover, the 9 palaces celestial duke was the most likely person in the 6 southeastern regions to become a 10 directions celestial duke. If old ancestor Li En was dead, they would lose a 10 directions celestial duke in the near future. This was a heavy blow to the blissful sect. When the disciples of the blissful sect realized that Li En, one of the 2 old ancestors of the blissful sect, might be in trouble, their expressions turned grim and unsightly. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect finally arrived at the place where old ancestor Li Ping cultivated. There were 2 old ancestors in the blissful sect. They were Li Ping and Lien based on their names. It seemed more like they were brothers. But in reality, the two of them weren't blood brothers. They were just cousins, however. After so many years of mutual support, the relationship between the two of them had long surpassed the category of cousins. It was comparable to, or even better than, blood brothers. For this reason, they cared deeply about each other. Senior uncle, what's going on? The sect leader of the blissful sect was a middle-aged monk dressed in a red kasaya. He was tall and burly, and his face was as fair as jade. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect followed closely behind him. Old ancestor. Everyone bowed and greeted the person in front of them. A skinny old man stood in front of them. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames. He stared at the shattered soul pearl in his hand, and his eyes widened in anger. Anyone who stood in front of him would be able to sense the old man's rage. The old man ignored the greetings from the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. After a while, he raised his head slightly and looked at the sect leader of the blissful sect with bloodshot eyes. Kong, your master is dead. This is your master's soul pearl. Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, spoke in a trembling voice. It was clear he was trying to suppress the anger in his voice when he spoke. Master, Lu Xian Kong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, knelt on the ground with a sorrowful expression on his face when he heard Li Ping's confirmation. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Lu Xian Kong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, slammed his palms on the ground as tears streamed down his face. I want to know, where's brother and now? Li Ping glanced at the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect and asked in a deep voice, based on brother and shattered soul pearl, it seems like he's been dead for quite some time. Before I entered closed-door cultivation, I think he went to the barren land to participate in the alchemy conference. Li Ping's gaze fell on Lu Xiankong as he finished speaking. Because of this, Li Ping went into seclusion for a period of time, so he did not know that Lian had returned after participating in the alchemy conference. Senior uncle, Lu Xiankong did not dare to slack off when he heard Li Ping's question. He truthfully told Li Ping everything that had happened. A prominent celestial alchemist who's able to refine overarching heaven pills before he's even 100 years old? He's widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions after the alchemy conference. Moreover, he's an overarching heaven supreme celestial, and such a person is just an ascender who has just ascended from the mundane realm. Li Ping was dumbfounded when he heard Lu Xiankong's words, and learned that the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland had a revered celestial alchemist named Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Li Ping had even forgotten about his cousin's death. He looked at Lu Xiankong and asked in a deep voice, "So brother and went to the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland to kill him?" "Yes." Lu Xiankong nodded. Fool! Li Ping's eyes widened when he saw Lu Xiankong nodding. Even if he's an ascender, you should at least investigate his background in the spirit overarching heaven, right? There are many powerful forces in the spirit overarching heaven that have legacies in the mundane realm. Li An's voice grew colder as he spoke. Senior uncle, Lu Xiankong smiled bitterly. If he really has a powerful background, I'm afraid he would have been taken away as soon as he ascended. We've looked into it. He's been working hard all this time without any external help. Chapter 2899. Senior uncle, if he really has a powerful background, do you think he'll let the compassionate celestial traveler sect's elder off the hook? Do you think the sect behind him would let the matter rest? How could the elder from the compassionate celestial traveler sect still be alive? Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, said with a wry smile as he looked at his senior uncle, Li Ping, who was one of the 2 old ancestors of the blissful sect. Then Lu Xiankong revealed the information the blissful sect had gathered about the Duan Lingtian. All the evidence points to the fact that the Duan Lingtian doesn't have a powerful background. It was precisely because of this that we unanimously decided to eliminate him. After he made up his mind, he said he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian personally, so he brought Ji Fan to the wasteland. Lu Xiankong said. As he spoke, Lu Xiankong seemed to recall something. He raised his hand, and a soul orb appeared in his hand. It was completely intact. Ji Fan is still alive, Lu Xiankong exclaimed when he saw the soul pearl in his hand. It was as though he had discovered a new continent. Is this the Arhat's soul pearl? The Arhat's soul pearl is intact. This means he's still alive. I didn't expect the Arhat who went to the wasteland with old ancestor Lian is still alive. What happened to them? Why is the Arhat still alive when the powerful old ancestor Lian is dead? A commotion broke out among the high-ranking members of the blissful sect when they saw the soul orb that Lu Xiankong had taken out and told them it belonged to Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect. Fan is still alive? Li Ping narrowed his eyes as he looked at the soul pearl in Lu Xiankong's hand. He asked in a deep voice, Kong, are you sure this is Fan's soul pearl? Ji Fan was the grand disciple of his cousin. Lian had always doted on Ji Fan. Li and loved Ji Fan, the future sect leader of the blissful sect, as well as the future sect leader of the blissful sect. Lian was puzzled when he heard Ji Fan, who had gone to the wasteland with his cousin, was still alive. After all, this did not make sense. Senior uncle, Ji Fan is my last disciple. I won't mistake his soul orb. Even if I did, none of the soul orbs in my hands are broken. Since Ji Fan's soul orb is among them, it means that he's still alive. Lian nodded. Li Ping nodded and continued. I still feel that this matter is very likely related to that Duan Lingtian, although we're more than 90% certain that Duan Lingtian is just an ascender with no background. It's not completely foolproof. Lian's voice, Lian's words. Master Lian, what should we do now? Master is Master is Master? Lu Xiankong asked Lord Master Lian Lu Xiankong's. Not for now. Li Ping shook his head in response to Lu Xiankong's question. His eyes flashed as he said in a low voice, Since Fan is still alive, he will definitely use an immortal message talisman to contact us when Brother and dies. Let's wait for his communication celestial talisman. Lian said, Senior uncle, based on what you said, Master has been dead for some time. If Ji Fan sent a message back, it should be here by now. Lu Xiankong said warily, Is it possible that he used a communication celestial talisman but was stopped by someone? That's possible. Lian said in a low voice, based on Brother and strength, there are very few people below the Celestial King realm in the 6 southeastern regions, and the borderlands are capable of taking his life. Therefore, it's very likely that a Celestial King or a quasi-Celestial King made a move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. Lian said. Could it be that Master wanted to annihilate the Tai-E Celestial sect, so a quasi-Celestial King from the Tai-E Celestial sect came out and killed him? Lu Xiankong's expression changed when he thought of this possibility. Impossible. Li Ping shook his head. It's impossible for Brother and to annihilate the Tai-E Celestial sect. After all, he's aware of the quasi-Celestial King from the Tai-E Celestial sect. Even if he really went to the Tai-E Celestial sect, he would only target the Duan Lingtian and not the Tai-E Celestial sect. Li Ping knew Lian very well. After all, they had been together for so many years and had supported each other for a long time. He believed that it was absolutely impossible for Li En to do something that he knew would lead to eternal damnation. Moreover, to a certain extent, Li En's personality was even more cautious than his. Even he would not do something like that, let alone Lian. At this moment, Lu Xiankong came back to his senses. He also felt that his master, Li En, would not do such a thing. The reason he said that just now was purely because he was anxious and did not think before speaking. Based on this, there's only one possibility. Li Ping's expression was grim as he speculated. Someone who's capable of blocking Fan Er's communication celestial talisman killed brother, and Fan Er thought it was pointless to use the communication celestial talisman, so he didn't use it immediately. However, regardless of whether Fan Er is waiting for an opportunity to use the communication celestial talisman or he's coming back to inform us of Brother An's death, we can only wait. So, from now on, we don't need to do anything, nor can we do anything. We can only wait. As long as Fan Er is still alive, he'll definitely come back to tell us what happened. After all, Li Ping was the longest living person in the blissful sect. Although he was enraged by Li An's death, he did not lose his cool. For a time, everyone from the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, agreed with Li Ping's words. Of course, even if they feel that Li Ping's words are unreasonable, they don't dare to say anything in front of Li Ping. At most, they will do some small actions behind his back. After all, Li Ping was not only the second old ancestor of the blissful sect, but he was also the strongest person in the sect, a 10 Directions celestial duke. That was all. Although the members of the blissful sect knew that their old ancestor, Lian, was dead, they didn't do anything. They waited patiently in the blissful sect, waiting for Ji Fan's return. For a period of time, the blissful sect was at peace. However, most of the members of the blissful sect knew that Lian was still alive. This was just the calm before the storm. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Although the blissful sect's estate was located in the cross region, the distance between the wasteland and the barren land was much greater than the distance between the wasteland and the barren land. Duanling Tian and the others still managed to enter the cross region with Tai Tai. About a month after they entered the cross region, whoosh! Duanling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the cross region with Tai Tai He, suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. In the next moment, Tai Tai He and Ji Fan instinctively turned to look at Duanling Tian, only to see another layer of golden light appearing around him. In just a blink of an eye, the golden halo had transformed into a golden Buddha that shrouded Duanling Tian. The golden Buddha was as big as a small hill. It appeared on Duanling Tian's body, and it was lifelike. Its facial features, in particular, were clear and exquisite. This is... Tai Tai, he did not show much of a reaction, but Ji Fan's eyes widened in shock. He actually completely comprehended and mastered the immovable Wisdom King in such a short period of time. When Ji Fan reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His face was filled with shock. As the Arhat of the blissful sect, Ji Fan had comprehended the Duke grade celestial method since he was young. Therefore, he had long mastered it. Therefore, when he saw the silhouette of the golden Buddha on Duanling Tian's body, he could tell that Duanling Tian had mastered the Immobilization King art. Duanling Tian had completely mastered the blissful sect's Duke grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method. Master Duan has mastered the blissful sect's celestial method as well. Although Ji Fan's murmur wasn't loud, Tai Tai still heard it clearly. Tai Tai raised an eyebrow at once. Although he was surprised, he was not as surprised as Ji Fan. After all, he knew Master Duan from the Tai celestial sect had completely comprehended and mastered the profound heaven celestial sect's Duke grade divine ability, the Eastern purple chi. Now that he learned Duanling Tian had mastered the Duke grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, which he had won from the blissful sect, he was not as surprised as when he learned Duanling Tian had mastered the Eastern purple chi. Now that Master Duan has mastered the Eastern purple chi and the Immobilization King art, it seems like he'll have to leave this time. Tai Tai, his lips curled into a bitter smile when he thought of this. He was happy that Duanling Tian had mastered the two celestial methods and divine abilities in such a short time. However, at the same time, he was reluctant to part with Duan Lingtian. Elder Tai, where are we now? After Duan Lingtian withdrew the silhouette of the golden Buddha, Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes and asked Tai Tai He. Master Duan, we've arrived at the cross region. According to Arhut Jifan, we'll arrive at the blissful sex estate in a month at most. Tai Tai, he replied to Duan Lingtian's question. A month? Chapter 2900. Master Duan, congratulations on completely mastering the Duke grade Celestial Method, the Immobilization King Method. Tai Tai, he congratulated Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Elder Tai, you can tell? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. I can't tell. However, Arhut Jifan can tell. Tai Tai, he replied. Duan Lingtian instinctively glanced at Jifan, causing Jifan to feel extremely nervous. It was as though he was a prey that had sensed the gaze of a hunter. Duan Lingtian only glanced at Jifan for a moment before he shifted his gaze to Huan Er. Then he extended his divine consciousness and probed Huan Er's body. The divine consciousness of a 10 Directions Celestial King was comparable to the divine consciousness of a 10 Directions Celestial King. Therefore, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to confirm that Huan had fully recovered from her injuries. At this moment, Huan Er was also comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities. A month's time was neither too long nor too short. However, for Duan Lingtian and the others, it was over in just a blink of an eye. Elder Tai. It was still a few days before they would arrive at the blissful sex estate. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally woke up from his cultivation. He looked at Tai Tai He and said, just send us to the blissful sex estate. Before Tai Tai He could reply, Duan Lingtian continued to say, I don't want to have anything to do with the Tai Celestial sect when I go to the blissful sect. You should understand what I mean, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Tai Tai He meaningfully when he finished speaking. Master Duan, Tai Tai He said, I know you're doing this because you don't want the blissful sect to think that you're going there as the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect. You don't want to cause trouble for the Tai Celestial sect. Even if you're the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial sect, the blissful sect won't dare to do anything to the Tai Celestial sect. Tai Tai He's confidence in the Tai Celestial sect was apparent. Create havoc in the blissful sect? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Tai Tai He's words. Then a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said bluntly, I'm going to destroy the blissful sect's foundation. If everything goes according to plan, the blissful sect will no longer exist in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven territory. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a cold smile. Hiss! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Tai Tai He couldn't help but gasp. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. He had thought Duan Lingtian was going to create havoc in the blissful sect. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would destroy the blissful sect's foundation when he went to the blissful sect. It was no different from annihilating the blissful sect, right? Swoosh! Jifan, the Arhut of the blissful sect, had a grave expression on his face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His thoughts were similar to Tai Tai He's. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, his heart skipped a beat. If Duan Lingtian really intended to destroy the blissful sect's foundation, he, the Arhut of the blissful sect, would definitely die. Master Duan, after I return to the blissful sect with you, I'll announce to everyone that I'm leaving the blissful sect. Jifan took a deep breath as various emotions flashed across his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and made his decision. Then he expressed his stance to Duan Lingtian. Arhut, you're a smart person. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Jifan's words. Then he looked at Jifan meaningfully and said, If you're really determined to do so, I don't mind writing off the enmity between us. Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of Ji Fan. However, he was impressed by Ji Fan's decisiveness earlier. After all, not everyone in Ji Fan's position could make such a decision in such a short time. Thank you, Master Duan. Ji Fan heaved a sigh of relief. After he heaved a sigh of relief, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked cautiously, Master Duan, did you plan to kill me after we returned to the blissful sect? Yes, I did. Duan Lingtian nodded and did not deny Ji Fan's words. Ji Fan broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, he was even more determined to cut ties with the blissful sect. Master, I'm sorry. I have no choice but to betray the blissful sect for my own life. Ji Fan thought to himself as he looked in the direction of the blissful sect's estate. Ji Fan's master was none other than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Master, please don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame the people in charge of collecting information. If they didn't say Duan Lingtian was just a transcender, Grandmaster wouldn't have died, and the blissful sect wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Ji Fan's mind raced as he thought about what he should do in the future. Arhat, a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind as he looked at Ji Fan again. Master Duan, you can call me Ji Fan from now on. I've decided to leave the blissful sect, so I'm no longer the Arhat of the blissful sect. Ji Fan smiled wryly. After he finished speaking, he asked anxiously, Master Duan, is there anything I can help you with? You should have a Duke-grade celestial artifact, floating image pearl, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ji Fan. Yes, Ji Fan nodded. In a few days, when we arrive at the blissful sect, use the floating image pearl to record the scene when the 10 Directions Celestial Duke makes his move. Duan Lingtian said, I'll need the floating image pearl later. Yes. Then he asked Duan Lingtian, Master Duan, the blissful sect's 10 Directions Celestial Duke is my senior granduncle. He's also my grandmaster's cousin. I know a lot about him, including some of his techniques. Do you need me to tell you about them? Ji Fan asked after he reached the end of a sentence. Alas, it seemed like his attempt to flatter Duan Lingtian was futile. Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head disdainfully. There's no need for me to know about him, and I'm not interested in knowing about him. A mere 10 Directions Celestial Duke isn't worthy of my attention. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of contempt could be heard in his tone. It was as though he was insufferably arrogant. Faced with Duan Lingtian's insufferably arrogant attitude, Ji Fan and Tai Tai, he felt it was only natural. After all, they had witnessed the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed in the Tai Celestial sect earlier. I've spoken out of turn. With your strength, you don't need to worry about a mere 10 Directions Celestial Duke. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Ji Fan chimed in with a humble expression on his face. A few days later, Master Duan, the blissful sect's estate is just ahead. Ji Fan said to Duan Lingtian as he pointed at the mountains shrouded in mist. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked at Huan, who was still comprehending her celestial methods and divine abilities. It was obvious she would not wake up any time soon. He said to Tai Tai, Elder Tai, stay here and take care of Huan. I'll come out once I'm done with my business. You don't have to worry about anyone attacking you. I'll keep an eye on this area with my divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian said. Yes, Master Duan. Although Tai Tai he wanted to see Duan Lingtian destroy the blissful sect's foundation, he had no choice but to obey Duan Lingtian's orders. In the past, he had treated Duan Lingtian like a friend. However, ever since he witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength as a celestial king, he had begun to fear and respect Duan Lingtian, even though he still treated Duan Lingtian the same as before. He completely regarded Duan Lingtian as a superior who was above him. Ji Fan, lead the way. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ji Fan. Then, under Tai Tai He's watchful eyes, both of them stepped into the fog and entered the lofty mountain range. Although the mountain range was surrounded by formations, Duan Ling Tian was no match for Duan Ling Tian. However, these formations were nothing to Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect. He led Duan Ling Tian through the formations and entered the blissful sect's estate as though there was no one there. "Who's there?" As soon as Duan Ling Tian and Ji Fan entered the blissful sect's estate, a few patrolling disciples from the blissful sect flew toward them. However, when they saw who it was, they hurriedly bowed humbly. "Greetings, Arhat." Ji Fan was the Arhat of the blissful sect. If there were no mishaps, he would be the next sect leader of the blissful sect. For this reason, his status in the blissful sect was only second to a few people from the blissful sect. Boom! The blissful sect's disciples who bowed to Ji Fan did not expect Ji Fan would launch a thunderous attack on them. Ji Fan raised his hand and struck with his palm. After images filled the sky and killed the blissful sect's disciples in just a blink of an eye. Is that the Arhat? Why is the Arhut killing people? Those people were bowing to him, right? Some of the blissful sect's disciples who were patrolling the area were about to pay their respects to Ji Fan when they witnessed how Ji Fan had killed the blissful sect's disciples. That scene continuously shocked their eyes, causing them to tremble with fear. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Ji Fan appeared above the blissful sect's estate. I, Ji Fan, hereby announce that from today onward, I'm no longer a disciple of the blissful sect. Chapter 2901. I, Ji Fan, hereby announce that I'm leaving the blissful sect. I'm no longer an Arhut or a disciple of the blissful sect. Everyone in the blissful sect's estate was alerted by Ji Fan's voice. This was especially true for the disciples who had witnessed Ji Fan stepping out of the blissful sect. They looked at each other in confusion when they heard Ji Fan's announcement. They had no idea what was going on at all. When they saw the Arhat of the blissful sect killing a fellow disciple, they had a hunch that something was amiss. Now that they heard Ji Fan was leaving the blissful sect, they were dumbfounded. Who could tell them what was going on? What the hell was going on? What was the Arhat of the blissful sect doing? Who's that person? I think he came with the Arhat. I've never seen him before. I don't think he's a member of the blissful sect. Could it be that he has something to do with the Arhut's announcement? Soon after, the patrolling disciples from the blissful sect discovered Duan Ling Tian's presence. Duan Ling Tian stood there calmly without any expression on his face. However, when the blissful sect's disciples saw Duan Ling Tian's composure, they could not help but think he was a mysterious person. Ji Fan is back? Is he out of his mind? Does he know what he's saying? How dare he say he's leaving the blissful sect? What the hell is he doing? If sect leader hears this, he'll be so angry that he'll vomit blood, right? Ji Fan is behaving strangely. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't do such a thing. Could it be that he's being coerced? The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect came out of their cultivation chambers one after another when they heard Ji Fan's announcement. As they whispered and discussed, they looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes and faces. Is that really the Arhat's voice? I think so. He's back? The sect leader and the others have been waiting for him for a long time now. However, I'm afraid the sect leader and the others didn't expect him to announce his intention to leave the blissful sect as soon as he returned, right? I heard that the Arhut went out with Patriarch Lian. Patriarch Lian died outside, but the Arhut survived. He had no idea either. What the hell is going on? I feel that the Arhut is acting a little strange. Could it be that his abnormality has something to do with Patriarch Lian's death? Many disciples of the blissful sect whispered among themselves. They all felt that Ji Fan, the Arhut of the blissful sect, was acting abnormally. The blissful sect was in an uproar because of Ji-Fan's words. Ji-Fan! A thunderous voice resounded in the blissful sect's estate, causing the eardrums of the members of the blissful sect to tremble. Not only was this voice as deafening as a thunderclap, any normal person would be able to hear the anger contained within it. It's the sect leader's voice. Most of the people in the blissful sect recognized the owner of the voice immediately. It was none other than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. It seems like the sect leader is very angry. How can he not be angry? The Arhat is his direct disciple, and yet he publicly announced his intention to leave the blissful sect. If I were him, I would be furious no matter what the reason is. It's understandable for the sect leader to be angry. Naturally, most of the people in the blissful sect could understand Lu Xiankong's anger. Boom! Rumble! As soon as Lu Xiankong's thunderous voice resounded in the blissful sect's estate, a tall figure shot out of the blissful sect's estate at lightning speed. Moreover, due to the speed of the figure, wherever it passed, even space trembled. Rumbling sounds that sounded like mountains were collapsing and the earth cracked open resounded everywhere. He's Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect? If it was before, no matter how hard Duan Lingtian tried, he would not have been able to see the sect leader of the blissful sect. After all, the sect leader of the blissful sect was a 9 Palaces celestial duke. Although the sect leader of the blissful sect was slightly weaker than Lien, he was still a 9 Palaces celestial duke. He was not someone ordinary celestial dukes could compare to. As Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, began to slow down. In the end, he looked like a crawling snail as he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Lu Xiankong's speed had not slowed down. Duan Lingtian had taken this matter seriously. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 10 directions celestial king. Even if a 9 Palaces celestial duke moved at full speed, he would still be as slow as a snail in Duan Lingtian's eyes. More people are coming. Duan Lingtian saw Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Many people had gathered around the blissful sect's encampment, and they followed behind Lu Xiankong as they sped through the air toward Nyetian. After a while, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, was the first to arrive at Duan Lingtian's location. Ji-Fan, do you have any idea what you just said? After Lu Xiankong appeared, he looked at Ji-Fan from afar and asked coldly with a dark expression, Master. When Ji-Fan saw Lu Xiankong, he instinctively wanted to address Lu Xiankong as master, just like in the past. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he recalled that he had announced his departure from the blissful sect. When he thought about what would happen to the blissful sect, he could not help but feel bitter. Therefore, he kept his mouth shut. Facing Lu Xiankong's question, Ji-Fan did not say a word. It was as if he had not heard Lu Xiankong at all. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. It did not take long for a group of people to appear behind Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, to arrive. These people were none other than the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Ji-Fan, didn't you hear the sect leader's question? Ji-Fan, have you grown a pair of wings after leaving the sect? Not only did you not bow to the sect leader, but you even dared to ignore the sect leader's words. Ji-Fan, are you crazy? Did you just say that you're leaving the sect? Ji-Fan, no matter how remorseful you are, I won't allow you to continue being the Arhat of the blissful sect. That's right. The next sect leader of the blissful sect can't have such a stain on his record. As soon as the blissful sect's high-ranking members showed up, they began to lash out at Ji-Fan, their faces filled with anger. Some of them even gnashed their teeth as they glared at Ji-Fan. It was as though they could not wait to tear Ji-Fan into pieces and swallow him alive. It had to be said that Ji-Fan felt immense pressure when the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect began to reprimand him. However, when Ji Fan recalled the strength of the purple-clad young man standing behind him, he calmed down. The pressure from the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect was nothing compared to the pressure from the purple-clad young man. Master Duan, he's Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Instead of bowing to the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, Ji Fan turned to look at Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby, and pointed at Lu Xiankong. As for the other old ancestor of the blissful sect, Li Ping, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke, hasn't shown himself yet. Before the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect could react, Ji Fan continued to speak. Ji Fan, how dare you? As soon as Ji Fan finished speaking, Lu Xiankong flew into a rage. He glared at Ji Fan with unparalleled fury. Ji Fan, not only did you call your master by his name, but you even called the old ancestor by his name. This is disrespectful. Ji Fan, are you seeking death? Ji Fan, according to the sect's rules, you should be severely punished for disrespecting your elders. That's right. You must be severely punished. Don't think you'll be able to leave the sect just because you want to. You were groomed by the sect. You'll need the sect's permission to leave. After Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, regained their senses one after another, their faces were flushed with anger, and it seemed as though they were on the verge of exploding at any moment. However, Ji Fan turned a deaf ear to Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Instead, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian respectfully and made an inviting gesture. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and slowly walked past Ji Fan to stand in front of him. At this moment, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, shifted their attention from Ji Fan to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, their divine consciousness shrouded Duan Lingtian, clearly trying to pry into Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian was not bothered by this. Although he could use his powerful divine consciousness to force the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect to retreat, he did not do so. He could not be bothered to waste his time. For this reason, although the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect could not pry into Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, they could still sense the faint aura of Duan Lingtian. This purple-clad young man is not even 100 years old. A purple-clad young man who's not even 100 years old? Moreover, Ji Fan addressed him as Master Duan. Could he be the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E celestial sect, Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian. Upon confirming that the purple-clad young man was younger than 100 years old, a commotion broke out among the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. At the same time, they could vaguely guess the purple-clad young man's identity. Chapter 2902. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? So, he's the one who's not even 100 years old, but is widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. He's the target old ancestor Li and went to the wasteland to deal with. He's still alive. Moreover, he came to the blissful sect with Ji Fan. What's going on? Why did Ji Fan bring him back? The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect were in an uproar when they figured out Duan Lingtian's identity. Most of them were confused by Duan Lingtian's appearance in the blissful sect's estate. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had come with Ji Fan, the Arhat of the blissful sect. You're Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E celestial sect? Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. I heard from Ji Fan that all of you have decided to kill me, right? Duan Lingtian did not reply to Lu Xiankong's question. Instead, he asked indifferently, What are you talking about? Why are you here? My master was killed by your people. An ominous feeling rose in Lu Xiankong's heart when he saw Duan Lingtian and thought about Ji Fan's unusual behavior. No, Duan Lingtian shook his head and denied Lu Xiankong's question. No. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Xiankong looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Based on Duan Lingtian's gaze, he could tell Duan Lingtian was not lying. Lu Xiankong felt relieved when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Li En, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, overestimated himself and tried to kill Master Duan. In the end, he was killed by Master Duan instead. Ji Fan said, it was as though the blissful sect had turned against Duan Lingtian. As soon as Ji Fan finished speaking, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Even the disciples of the blissful sect, who had rushed over to join in the fun, were stunned when they heard Ji Fan's words. The people from the blissful sect looked at each other, speechless. In the end, an old monk wearing a silver kasaya standing behind Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, snapped out of his daze. He looked at Ji Fan and sneered. Ji Fan, do you really think we're 3-year-old kids? You're saying that this brat, who's not even 100 years old, killed Patriarch Lian? How laughable! Ridiculous! As he spoke, the old monk's face was filled with disbelief. Crazy! This Ji Fan is really crazy. When he announced that he's leaving the blissful sect, I thought that he's crazy. It seems like he's really out of his mind. I really don't know what happened to him. I can't believe he's spouting such nonsense. He's not even 100 years old. It's already good enough for him to become an overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. How could such a person kill Patriarch Lian? Only a fool would believe that. After a while, more and more people from the blissful sect regained their senses. However, when they regained their senses, they thought Ji Fan had lost his mind. I've lost my mind? Ji Fan sneered inwardly when he heard their words. However, he did not bother to explain himself. After all, he knew there was no way it would work. No matter how he explained, it was useless. Before this alchemist Duan in front of him made a move, his former fellow disciples would never believe that this alchemist Duan had the ability to kill Li En. I've gone against the blissful sect and cooperated with Duan Lingtian. I hope he'll spare my life after he destroys the blissful sect's foundation. Ji Fan prayed inwardly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian could easily kill him with just a thought. Shut up! When Duan Lingtian heard the disdainful words of the people from the blissful sect, he grew impatient and said coldly, "Stop it!" His voice was laced with celestial origin energy that shrouded the area within a radius of 1,000 meters, including the people from the blissful sect. Immediately, a terrifying sound wave spread out in the void. It was like a ripple that reverberated in the void within 1,000 meters. This was also because Duan Lingtian had intentionally limited the range of the sound waves to within a radius of 1,000 meters to ensure the destructive power of the sound waves. The next moment, wah, PFFF! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a series of shrill cries and the sound of people throwing up blood reverberated in the air again. The voices belonged to none other than the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. As for the disciples of the blissful sect, they began to bleed from the 7 orifices on their faces. Soon after, their corpses fell from the sky like rain. Dead, all dead. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, scanned the area with their divine consciousness and discovered the disciples of the blissful sect were all dead. Some of them were peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials, but none of them survived. At this moment, only the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, who were at least celestial dukes, survived. Many of the high-ranking officials with weaker cultivation bases had their eardrums ruptured, and some of them were bleeding from the 7 orifices on their faces. However, their injuries were not fatal. With just a single shout, the blissful sect's disciples who had come to watch the show were all killed. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, the expressions of the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect changed drastically. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with fear and dread. Even Lu Xiankong, a 9 palaces celestial duke, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of fear in his eyes. Although Lu Xiankong was capable of creating such a powerful sound wave as well, he was not confident in his ability to do so. However, even if he could create such a powerful sound wave, he knew he would not be able to do it as easily as Duan Ling Tian had done. He's definitely stronger than me. In fact, even in ordinary 10 directions, Celestial, Duke might not be as strong as him. Is it possible that he's already a quasi-celestial king? At this moment, a few thoughts flashed in Lu Xiankong's mind. He even speculated that Duan Ling Tian was a quasi-celestial king. It seems like he's the one who killed Master. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, even Lu Xiankong was no longer dismissive of Ji Fan's words. Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials from the blissful sect were looking at Duan Ling Tian with a fearful expression on their faces. The atmosphere was tense. Boom! Rumble! A series of earth-shattering explosions reverberated through the blissful sex estate, causing it to shake violently again. What's going on? What's going on now? In the blissful sex estate, the disciples who were lucky enough to survive because they did not join Duan Ling Tian's battle were shocked by the commotion in the blissful sex estate. Boom! Rumble! Unlike the commotion caused by the death of Li En, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, this time the commotion lasted for a long time. It even attracted the attention of Duan Ling Tian and the others. This commotion, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the depths of the blissful sex estate as he extended his divine consciousness to cover the area. Interesting. After a while, a faint smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. It was as though he had discovered something interesting. Boom! Rumble! The tremors in the blissful sex estate lasted for a full 15 minutes before it finally stopped. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Soon after, a burst of hearty laughter rang out from the depths of the blissful sex estate. I, Li Ping, have finally broken through and become a celestial king. Then a loud and old voice rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, everyone in the blissful sex estate heard it. A deathly silence descended upon the blissful sex estate. A few moments later, the silence in the blissful sex estate was replaced by an uproar. Did I hear wrongly? Old Ancestor Li Ping said he broke through to the immortal king level? Old Ancestor Li Ping has become an immortal king. The blissful sect hasn't had an immortal king for 10,000 years, right? This was the first time in 10,000 years that a celestial king had appeared in the blissful sect. Uncle Master, he broke through and became an immortal king? On the other hand, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who had initially thought Duan Ling Tian was a quasi-celestial king, was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Previously, he was still thinking, if Duan Ling Tian was truly a quasi-celestial king, even his senior uncle, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, might not be able to defeat him. In fact, he might not even be a match for his opponent. Currently, his senior uncle had just broken through and become a celestial king. This caused him to feel a wave of excitement, and the haze in his heart was swept away. Fanner is back? A few moments later, a powerful divine consciousness swept out and shrouded the entire blissful sex estate. Then, the old voice rang in the air again. It was obvious that the owner of the voice had also discovered Ji Fan. Master Duan, the voice belongs to the other old ancestor of the blissful sect, Li Ping. Ji Fan said to Duan Ling Tian at this moment. A hint of panic and dread could be seen in his eyes as he said, "He seems to have broken through and become a celestial king." Upon hearing this, Ji Fan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. He was very afraid to see fear in Duan Ling Tian's eyes because that would also mean that Duan Ling Tian was extremely fearful. This meant that Duan Ling Tian was not confident he could defeat Li Ping, who had broken through and become a celestial king. Chapter 2903. Ji Fan stared at Duan Ling Tian intently. He could not wait to see how Duan Ling Tian would react after Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had become a celestial king. At this moment, Ji Fan was extremely nervous. If Duan Ling Tian was no match for Li Ping, who had become a celestial king, Ji Fan would lose a layer of skin even if he managed to survive this ordeal. Moreover, he would be ruining his own future, making it impossible for him to become the next sect leader of the blissful sect. Celestial king? Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged when he heard Ji Fan's words. He looked in the direction where Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had spoken. A faint smile appeared on his face. Ji Fan could sense Duan Ling Tian's confidence when he saw how calm Duan Ling Tian was. He sighed in relief inwardly. Based on the current situation, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian was not worried at all. It seemed like Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of Li Ping, who had just become a celestial king. What's going on? Why are there so many casualties? A loud voice rang in the air again. It was clear the person had noticed the deaths of the blissful sect's disciples. He's here. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. An old monk appeared in Lu Xuankong's line of sight. His speed was much faster than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Before today, he was only a 10 directions celestial duke. Now he's a 1 basic celestial king. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when he saw the old monk's speed. After all, he knew the old monk was Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect. Li Ping was the strongest person in the blissful sect. In the past, Li Ping was only considered the strongest person in the blissful sect, since nobody knew if there were any quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions. However, now that Li Ping had become a celestial king, he was the strongest person in the blissful sect. Even if the blissful sect had quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions, they were still weaker than Li Ping. Perhaps they were also celestial kings in the past. However, after staying in the borderlands for so long, they were affected by the formations in the borderlands and the central area. For this reason, their cultivation base had regressed to that of a 10 directions celestial duke. At that time, a celestial king was a celestial duke, a true celestial king. For this reason, Li Ping celestial king was a quasi-celestial king hidden in the blissful sect. Swoosh! Senior uncle, congratulations for becoming a celestial king. As soon as Lu Xiankong saw the newcomer, he immediately congratulated the newcomer for breaking through and becoming a celestial king. Congratulations, old ancestor. Congratulations, old ancestor. As soon as Lu Xiankong finished speaking, the high-ranking members of the blissful sect regained their senses and congratulated Li Ping, who seemed to have appeared out of thin air. However, Li Ping ignored Lu Xiankong and the others' congratulatory words. He glanced at the corpses on the ground and said, "These are the disciples of the blissful sect?" Moreover, they were all killed by the sound waves. Li Ping was a celestial king now. Even before his breakthrough, he could easily discover the cause of death when he scanned the bodies of the blissful sect's disciples with his divine consciousness. Who can tell me what is going on? Li Ping muttered to himself in a high-pitched voice. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect shuddered in fear when they heard Li Ping's words. As soon as Li Ping finished speaking, he noticed Ji Fan and Duan Ling Tian standing in front of him. Li Ping was about to speak to Ji Fan when a voice rang in the air. Old ancestor, an elder from the blissful sect, standing behind Lu Xiankong, cried out in grief. Then he pointed at Ji Fan and said angrily, "That's Ji Fan. He brought an outsider into the blissful sect and publicly announced that he's leaving the sect. Those disciples who were killed by the sound waves were killed by the outsiders Ji Fan brought with him. Then he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of Ji Fan. What? Li Ping's expression changed drastically when he heard the elder's words. At this moment, a terrifying aura surged out of his body. It was the aura of a celestial king, the sect leader of the blissful sect, Lu Xiankong, and the other high-ranking officials from the blissful sect felt their hearts palpitating. That's the celestial origin energy of a celestial king. The celestial origin energy of a celestial king is too powerful. The high-ranking members of the blissful sect looked at each other in dismay. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. Although they were all celestial dukes, they could still feel the threat of death when they sensed the aura of a celestial king's celestial origin energy. On the other hand, Ji Fan, whose cultivation base was weaker than Duan Lingtian's, was not affected by the aura at all since he was standing behind Duan Lingtian. Li Ping glanced at Ji Fan coldly, causing Ji Fan's face to turn pale with fright. Then he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His soul, that had just entered the realm of a one basic celestial king, sent out a powerful divine consciousness that shrouded Duan Lingtian's body. Not even 100 years old. Based on the aura of Duan Lingtian's flesh and blood, Li Ping was certain that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. He tried to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, but to no avail. You said he's the one who killed the disciples of the blissful sect with the sound waves? Li Ping turned to look at the elder from the blissful sect and said coldly, he's not even 100 years old, and yet he killed so many disciples of the blissful sect in front of all of you. Do you think all of you can just stand there and do nothing? Li Ping's tone turned colder and colder as he spoke. The elder from the blissful sect was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat as the corners of his lips twitched uncontrollably. He was so frightened that he remained silent for a long time. Senior uncle. At this moment, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, spoke in a grave tone. Although he's not even 100 years old, he's stronger than me. He's at least a 10 directions, celestial duke. In fact, he might even be a quasi-celestial king. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. A 10 directions celestial duke? A quasi-celestial king? Li Ping was taken aback by Lu Xiankong's words. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian skeptically. I, Li Ping, can kill this brat who is not even 100 years old with a flip of my hand. Li Ping sneered as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and gathered in his right hand. Boom! In the next moment, Li Ping's celestial origin energy surged out of his right hand as he pushed it toward Duan Lingtian. The palm seal was like a small mountain as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 When the palm seal passed by a celestial king, it was as though thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping toward Duan Lingtian. The sound of explosions reverberated in the air. Just as Li Ping's right hand was about to land on Duan Lingtian's body, Duan Lingtian was stunned. In the blink of an eye, at this critical moment, Immobilization King, a layer of golden light rose from the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into the silhouette of a golden Buddha that shrouded him completely. In the next moment, boom, rumble. A deafening explosion rang in the air as Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, struck the silhouette of the golden Buddha that had risen from Duan Lingtian's body. The terrifying force caused the silhouette of the golden Buddha to tremble. However, the silhouette of the golden Buddha remained standing even after the energy from the palm seal was depleted. It looked like a guardian deity who was loyal to Duan Lingtian. Immobilization King? Who? Who are you? How do you know the blissful sect's celestial method? Although it was only a casual attack, Li Ping was still shocked that the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old was able to block his attack. However, there was another thing that caught his attention. The purple-clad young man's celestial method was none other than the Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King. Moreover, looking at the immovable Wisdom King that the other party used, it was obvious that he had comprehended this immortal technique to the extreme and had completely mastered it. Senior Uncle, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the Blissful Sect, reminded Li Ping. He's the one who won the Mobilization King celestial method during the alchemy conference. He's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E celestial sect, Duan Lingtian. Also, I suspect that, Master, he was most likely the one who killed him. Lu Xiankong's tone grew heavier as he spoke. What? He's the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E celestial sect? That brat who's not even 100 years old, but is widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions? Didn't you say he's just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Although Li Ping did not attend the previous alchemy conference, after Lian's death, he found out quite a bit about the alchemy conference. Among them, he knew about the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E celestial sect. Chapter 2904. Lu Xiankong smiled wryly when he heard Li Ping's question. The high-ranking officials behind him could not help but smile wryly as well. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? This was the first thought that appeared in the minds of Lu Xiankong and the others. Naturally, they did not dare to voice their thoughts out loud. Senior Uncle, Lu Xiankong smiled wryly and said, I didn't attend the alchemy conference. Master was the one who told me that Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E celestial sect, is only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That's right, old ancestor. The high-ranking officials from the blissful sect chimed in as soon as Lu Xiankong finished speaking. Old ancestor Li and was the one who told us that. That's right. We haven't seen Duan Lingtian, the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai E celestial sect, so we can't be certain of his cultivation base. Old ancestor. Li Ping's expression darkened when he heard the words of the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect. He said angrily, Based on what you're saying, my dead brother and should be held responsible for this matter? You won't even let a dead person off the hook? In the end, Li Ping's tone became incomparably cold. At the same time, Lu Xiankong and the others did not dare to say a word. When Li Ping saw that Lu Xiankong and the others had stopped talking, he turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly before he said coldly, If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it if someone who's not even 100 years old could withstand my attack after I've broken through and become a celestial king. Since you're able to withstand my attack so easily, you're at least a 10 directions celestial duke. In fact, you might even be a quasi-celestial king, right? As he spoke, Li Ping's words were clearly meant to test Duan Lingtian. A quasi-celestial king. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as a faint smile appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian's indifferent and casual appearance fell into Li Ping's eyes. For a moment, Li Ping's heart skipped a beat and he became incomparably fearful. This Duan Lingtian, even though he knows that I've already broken through and become an immortal king, he's still so fearless. Li Ping was definitely the oldest person in the blissful sect. It was precisely because he had lived for so long and seen so much that he thought more. In his opinion, there were only 2 reasons why this purple-clothed young man could be so fearless at this time. The first reason was that he was deliberately mystifying. He wanted to use this kind of calm and indifferent attitude to make others fear him and not dare to rashly make a move against him. The second reason was that he had a powerful background, and he was not worried that the blissful sect would dare to touch him. The former was still fine. If it was the latter, the blissful sect would be annihilated even if he managed to kill the other party. Duan Lingtian. After thinking for a while, Li Ping took a deep breath, looked at Duan Lingtian, and asked, "My brother-in, was it you who killed him?" Brother-in? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Li Ping's words. "It's Lian. He's my cousin," Li Ping said in a deep voice. "Lian." Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then he said indifferently, "You're talking about him?" "That's right. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. However, it seems like he's not the only one who wants to kill me. Many people in the blissful sect want to kill me as well." Duan Lingtian glanced at the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, before a sneer appeared on his face. "That's why I'm in the blissful sect right now. I have a very bad habit," he said with a smile. "Generally speaking, I don't want to let those who want to kill me live." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his voice that was originally calm suddenly became louder. A pair of calm eyes suddenly shot out bursts of cold, killing intent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Li Ping's expression changed drastically. The expressions of the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect changed drastically as well. After all, they knew Duan Lingtian was referring to them. Before Li En, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, brought Ji Fan to the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland to kill Duan Lingtian, they had a meeting. At that time, they had unanimously agreed to kill Duan Lingtian. At that time, they had made the decision to kill Duan Lingtian because they knew Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background. But from the looks of it now, even if the other party didn't have any status or background, the decision they made in that meeting was extremely wrong. After all, Duan Lingtian was a 10-direction celestial duke or a quasi-celestial king. Such a powerhouse was not someone the blissful sect could afford to offend. Fortunately, old ancestor Li Ping has successfully become a celestial king. Otherwise, he might not be a match for Duan Lingtian. God bless the blissful sect. If old ancestor Li Ping hadn't become a celestial king, the blissful sect would have been annihilated today. A quasi-celestial king won't care if we have a quasi-celestial king in the 6 southeastern regions. With old ancestor Li Ping's current strength, it won't be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect sighed in relief when they thought about Li Ping's current strength. At the same time, they were relieved that Li Ping had made a breakthrough at such a critical moment. They could only hope that Li Ping would kill Duan Lingtian. However, Li Ping had no intention of killing Duan Lingtian for the time being. In other words, he was still cautious. Duan Lingtian. Li Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Since you've killed my brother-in, why don't we put an end to this matter? I won't make a move against you anymore." Although Li Ping felt Duan Lingtian was only bluffing, he did not dare to take the risk. After all, if he lost, the blissful sect would be annihilated. Put an end to this matter? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback by Li Ping's words. However, he could not help but chuckle when he heard Li Ping's words. "I heard from Ji Fan that you didn't participate in the meeting that decided to kill me. Therefore, I won't kill you today, but I won't let any of them live." Duan Lingtian turned to look at Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Based on Ji Fan's words, these people had participated in the meeting that decided to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, our old ancestor, has already broken through and become a celestial king. He's being merciful by not killing you. If you continue to blabber on, our old ancestor will turn you into ashes. An elder from the blissful sect said coldly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. "That's right. If you want to kill us, you'll have to go through our old ancestor first." Another elder from the blissful sect chimed in. Although Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect remained silent, based on their expressions, it was clear they viewed Li Ping as their savior. Moreover, they were confident Li Ping would be able to protect them with his current strength. It seems like all of you really view Li Ping as your savior. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly when he heard Li Ping's words. Li Ping's heart skipped a beat when he saw Duan Lingtian's bright smile. He was even more wary of Duan Lingtian now. Duan Lingtian, they're the pillars of the blissful sect. If you kill them, the blissful sect will be annihilated. Li Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, naturally, the blissful sect is at fault. As long as you don't kill them, the blissful sect is willing to compensate you. As long as it's within our means, we'll compensate you. Based on Li Ping's words, it was clear he was willing to compromise. Naturally, there were two prerequisites. Duan Lingtian would not kill Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. After Li Ping had become a celestial king, he had planned to leave the borderlands and the 6 southeastern regions for the central area. In fact, he had already made up his mind before he had broken through. For this reason, he knew he couldn't stay in the blissful sect forever, and he didn't plan to stay here forever. After all, if he stayed, not only would his cultivation base decline to that of a celestial duke, but he would also become a quasi-celestial king. Moreover, even if he went to the central area, it would be difficult for him to make any further progress. If Duan Lingtian killed Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, it would be equivalent to annihilating the blissful sect. Li Ping did not want to see that happen. Old ancestor, old ancestor. As soon as Li Ping finished speaking, apart from Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who seemed to have figured out Li Ping's concerns, the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect were puzzled. They wanted Li Ping to kill Duan Lingtian immediately. Everyone, haven't you thought about how Duan Lingtian is so calm and fearless in the face of the old ancestor who has become a celestial king? Is it true that he has no background? He's a quasi-celestial king and a 10 Directions celestial duke who's not even 100 years old. Does he really not have a powerful background? The old ancestor must be worried that killing Duan Lingtian would bring disaster to the blissful sect. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect fell silent when they heard Lu Xiankong's voice transmission. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed like they had no other choice. After all, it was too risky to kill Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Li Ping's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, I came here today to kill them. Apart from that, I won't accept any compensation from the blissful sect. Li Ping, you can just stand by and watch. Chapter 2905. Li Ping, why don't you just stand by and watch? If you interfere, I, Duan Lingtian, don't mind killing one more person. When Duan Lingtian's voice entered the ears of the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect, it was as though a gust of cold wind had blown past them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Fear rose in the hearts of the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect when they heard Li Ping's words. This was because the fact that Duan Lingtian dared to say such words at this moment proved that he had his own confidence. Although it was possible that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying them, they still felt slightly uneasy in their hearts before they were 100% certain that he was deliberately mystifying them. You, Duan Lingtian, don't mind killing one more person? Li Ping sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, the reason I'm willing to compromise is because I'm giving face to the force behind you. I'm not afraid of you at all. A hint of disdain could be heard in his voice as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Is that so? Duan Lingtian asked calmly. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Li Ping. No matter what, I can't just watch you kill them. If you want to kill them, you'll have to get past me first, Li Ping said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic aura surged out of his body. The high-ranking officials from the blissful sect shuddered in fear when they saw Li Ping's aura. Even the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect felt pressured when they sensed Li Ping's aura. Only Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who was the strongest among the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect, fared better. Boom! 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 At this moment, Li Ping's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. His terrifying aura caused the high-ranking officials from the blissful sect to shudder in fear. Even the people in the blissful sect's estate could sense his aura. What a powerful aura! This aura is Patriarch Li Ping's. This is the aura of an immortal king expert? Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the blissful sect's estate. Soon after, many of the blissful sect's disciples flew into the air and approached the area. However, even if they approached, they only dared to watch from afar. That is, what's going on? Why did so many people die? Isn't that senior brother Huang Bin? He's a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. How did he die here? As the group of blissful sect's disciples approached the scene, many of them discovered the corpses that littered the ground. They were the corpses of the blissful sect's disciples. They don't have any external wounds on their bodies, but almost all of them have blood stains on their 7 orifices. There are no external wounds, but blood is flowing out of his orifices. This doesn't seem like a soul attack. Rather, it seems more like a sound wave attack. Oh my God! Just a sound wave attack was enough to kill these senior brothers. What kind of powerful existence is the one who launched the sound wave attack? That kind of existence should be at least on the same level as Lord Sect Leader, right? A commotion broke out among the blissful sect's disciples when they saw the corpses littering the ground. However, after looking at the corpses for a while, they shifted their attention to the group of people standing in front of them. It's Lord Sect Leader. The elders are here as well. Is that old ancestor Li Ping? I think so. Based on the situation, it seems like old ancestor Li Ping is very wary of the purple-clad young man standing in front of him. Isn't the purple-clad young man standing next to the Arhut? Earlier, the Arhut announced that he's leaving the blissful sect. Is it possible that he's planning to join the purple-clad young man? Since the old ancestor, who has become a celestial king, is so wary of the purple-clad young man, this purple-clad young man isn't simple. Those senior brothers must have been killed by his sound wave attack. At this moment, the blissful sect's disciples shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes when they looked at him. After all, the masters of the corpses were much stronger than them. However, all of them were dead now. Many of the blissful sect's disciples instinctively retreated, afraid that the purple-clad young man would unleash another sound wave attack. It seems like the sect leader and the others have arrived a long time ago, but the old ancestor has just arrived. The sect leader and the others didn't make a move before the old ancestor arrived. The sect leader and the others didn't make a move even though so many of their disciples were killed. It seems like the purple-clad young man is very strong. Even the sect leader doesn't dare to make a move against him. Who's that purple-clad young man? Could he be a 10 Directions Celestial Duke? I've never heard of such a young 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the 6 southeastern regions before. Who's he? Since the old ancestor has decided to make a move, I'm sure he'll be severely injured, even if he doesn't die. That's only natural. The old ancestor is no longer the same as before. He's now a celestial king. The blissful sect's disciples whispered among themselves as they speculated among themselves. They were certain the purple-clad young man was strong. Otherwise, the sect leader of the blissful sect and the others wouldn't have stood idly by as the purple-clad young man killed so many disciples of the blissful sect. Although they knew the purple-clad young man was stronger than Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, they were confident in their old ancestor, Li Ping. After all, Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, had become a powerful celestial king. In the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands, celestial kings had always been considered invincible. It seems like you're still trying to stop me. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Li Ping's celestial origin energy surging out of his body. It was as though Li Ping had transformed into a god of war. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This flash of cold light was coincidentally caught by Li Ping. For a moment, Li Ping could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Is he not just a 10 directions celestial duke or a quasi-celestial king? As the chill rose in his heart, Li Ping's mind suddenly, without any reason, came up with such a thought. It took a long time for the thought to surface in his mind. Since you've chosen to stop me, I'll let you die with them. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an even more terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Li Ping's expression changed drastically when he sensed the terrifying aura from Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. The high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, were horrified when they sensed the aura of Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. In fact, in the depths of their eyes, there was even a hint of despair. At this moment, they could clearly feel the gap between Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy and Li Ping's celestial origin energy. The gap between their celestial origin energy and Li Ping's celestial origin energy was not just a few stages apart. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Boom! Rumble! Before the disciples of the blissful sect could react, a purple energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and shot toward Li Ping. Swoosh! After all, Li Ping had used his celestial origin energy first. As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, Li Ping unleashed his celestial origin energy. The silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared around him to protect him. In addition, one could also see a thick and translucent giant bell within the golden Buddha silhouette, enveloping his entire body. Immobilization King Art. Profound bell defense. Upon seeing this, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, realized what Li Ping was doing. Li Ping had cast the blissful sect's triple trait, Duke grade celestial method, the immobilization King Art, and the profound bell defense, the blissful sect's triple trait, Duke grade celestial ability. Whether it was the immovable Wisdom King or the profound bell defense, in terms of defensive abilities, they were top-notch among the Duke grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Now, when they saw Li Ping execute the immobilization King method and the profound bell defense, they subconsciously believed in these two methods, and they subconsciously hoped that Li Ping would be able to block Duan Lingtian's attack. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten about the difference between Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy and Li Ping's celestial origin energy. It's too fast. It's impossible to record Master Duan's attack. As soon as Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body, Ji Fan took out a floating image pearl that was a Duke-grade celestial weapon. However, he soon discovered it was impossible for a floating image pearl of this grade to record Duan Lingtian's attack. Fortunately, Li Ping doesn't intend to run away. At least, we'll be able to record him defending against Master Duan's attack. I wonder if Master Duan's attack will be able to break through Li Ping's defense. With Li Ping's current defense, even an ordinary two-form Celestial King won't be able to break through it without mastering a celestial method or divine ability. Ji Fan's heart was filled with anticipation as he used the floating image pearl to record the scene before him. After all, the aura of Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy had completely avoided Ji Fan's detection. Moreover, Ji Fan was standing behind Duan Lingtian, so he could not detect Li Ping's celestial origin energy. Chapter 2906. As soon as these thoughts appeared in Ji Fan's mind, boom, rumble. In just a blink of an eye, the purple energy from Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy collided with the golden Buddha silhouette that had emerged from Ji Fan's body like a torrential flood. In the next moment, bang! At the same time, the high-ranking members of the blissful sect heard a loud bang. Then they clearly saw the scene before them. The golden Buddha silhouettes around Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, could not withstand Duan Lingtian's purple energy at all. As soon as they came into contact with the purple energy, the golden Buddha silhouettes shattered instantly. No. When the golden Buddha silhouette was destroyed by Duan Lingtian's powerful force, Li Ping let out a cry of unwillingness. At the same time, a small bell appeared in his hand. As soon as he infused it with his celestial origin energy, it shone brightly. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly see Li Ping's appearance. The small bell in Li Ping's hand, after being infused with his celestial core power, extended a series of complicated and obscure translucent runes in a timely manner. These runes merged with the silhouette of the huge bell that was shrouded in Li Ping's hand. In just a blink of an eye, runes began to appear on the smooth surface of the huge bell. These runes were none other than the small bell in Li Ping's hand. After leaving the small bell, the runes merged with the silhouette of the huge bell, a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian speculated that the small bell in Li Ping's hand was a king-grade celestial weapon. The blissful sect has 2 king-grade celestial weapons. One of them is in the possession of the 10 Directions Celestial Duke, while the other is in the possession of the sect leader of the blissful sect. Up until now, Duan Lingtian still remembered the words of the sect leader of the Tai Yi Celestial sect. For this reason, the other old ancestor of the blissful sect, Lien, did not possess a king-grade celestial weapon. Although Duan Lingtian had killed him, he did not obtain a king-grade celestial weapon. Boom! Rumble! As soon as the mysterious runes were added to the huge bell, the purple energy from Duan Lingtian's attack, the purple energy from Duan Lingtian's divine ability, landed on the huge bell's silhouette. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of loud noises, the phantom of the huge bell shook. One could clearly see with the naked eye that the obscure runes on the phantom of the huge bell were fading at an extremely fast speed. Some of the runes faded for a while before completely disappearing. I didn't expect your divine ability to have such a strong defense after using a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian was surprised that Li Ping was able to give his divine ability such a strong defense. One must know that Li Ping's immovable Wisdom King, in the blink of an eye, was defeated by his attack. Although Duan Lingtian did not use his full strength, he was still able to defeat Lien. Although the power of his slap on the giant bell shadow outside Li Ping's body was somewhat offset by Li Ping's immortal technique immovable Wisdom King, it was not much weaker than before. If Li Ping's body still had a layer of the golden Buddha shadow transformed by the Akalanatha, this power at most would only need to spend half a breath or a breath's time to completely destroy him. But now, the giant bell shadow on Li Ping's body lasted for a few breaths of time. Based on the situation, Duan Lingtian would only be able to defeat the silhouette and kill Li Ping after the runes on the bell's silhouette disappeared. Duan Lingtian, I admit defeat. Duan Lingtian, from today onward, I'm no longer the old ancestor of the blissful sect. I'm no longer a member of the blissful sect. I have nothing to do with the blissful sect. Let me go. Let me go. Li Ping's panicked voice rang in the air. Based on his words, it was clear he was willing to give up the blissful sect for his own life. After all, human nature was pragmatic. In the past, Li Ping might have done his best for the blissful sect. However, now that he was on the brink of death, he had made up his mind to give up his life. In particular, Li Ping had successfully broken through to the Celestial King stage. After leaving the borderlands and heading to the central area, he would have a bright future ahead of him. But once he died here, there would be nothing left. Everything would vanish into thin air. Moreover, if he died, the blissful sect's high-ranking officials would not be able to live as well. the blissful sect would be destroyed as well. At that time, no one would be able to praise him for sacrificing himself for the blissful sect. After thinking through all these, Li Ping still felt that his life was more important than anything else. It's too late. Hearing Li Ping's words that were filled with terror, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm, his gaze cold, and his tone indifferent. Bang! At the same time, the runes on Li Ping's gigantic bell disappeared. The gigantic bell that had lost its runes was completely destroyed by Duan Lingtian's attack in just half a breath's time. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. After Li Ping's 2 layers of defense were destroyed, Duan Lingtian's attack devoured Li Ping like a ferocious beast. Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, was a one basic celestial king. At this moment, Li Ping was dead. Moreover, when Duan Lingtian's attack devoured Li Ping, the purple energy caused the space where Li Ping was standing to tremble. The sound of explosions rang in the air as though it would never stop. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At the same time, a strong gust of wind blew against the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, forcing some of the elders with weaker cultivation bases to retreat. Their faces turned pale from the gust of wind. Although the blissful sect's disciples were further away from the battle, most of them were sent flying by the strong wind due to their weaker cultivation bases. Some of them were even injured by the strong wind. In a battle between powerhouses, those with weaker cultivations within a certain radius were destined to be caught in the crossfire. This was unavoidable. Disperse! With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the purple energy that was still wreaking havoc in the air dissipated. It was as though the purple energy had never appeared in the first place. At the same time, the tension in the air eased a little. Return! When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a spatial ring and an exquisite little bell in the distant sky were pulled over by his energy. As expected, it's a king-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Duan Lingtian held the small bell, he was certain it was a king-grade celestial weapon. Not bad. On top of that, it can be used together with the blissful sect's defensive divine ability to boost its prowess. It should be able to be used with other defensive divine abilities as well. For example, my East Rising Purple Chi. With this thought in mind, purple energy began to surge out of Duan Lingtian's body. In just a blink of an eye, the purple energy formed a purple light shield around Duan Lingtian's body and enveloped him completely. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian tried to use the exquisite little bell in his hand. Inscriptions extended from the little bell and merged with the purple light shield, causing many clearly visible inscriptions to appear on the purple light shield. I wonder if this king-grade celestial weapon can strengthen the defense of a celestial method? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian cast the celestial method he had won from the blissful sect, the immobilization king method. The silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared around Duan Lingtian, shrouding the purple light shield as well. In the next moment, with just a thought in his mind, the rune that extended from the exquisite little bell in his hand instantly passed through the purple light shield and merged with the golden Buddha silhouette. Yes, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as soon as he saw this. Duan Lingtian could clearly see inscriptions on the silhouette of the golden Buddha. Apart from that, he could clearly sense the defensive strength of the silhouette of the golden Buddha was much stronger than before. It seems like this is a defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the small bell in his hand. Ever since Duan Lingtian had arrived in the spirit overarching heaven, he had studied the celestial weapons in the Devata realms. He knew the celestial weapons in the Devata realms were divided into several categories. Among them, defensive celestial weapons were most useful in enhancing one's defense. For example, the small bell in his hand was a perfect example. While Duan Lingtian was experimenting with the king-grade celestial weapon, the exquisite little bell, the high-ranking officials and ordinary disciples of the blissful sect did not even dare to move their bodies. All of them were looking at Duan Lingtian anxiously. At this moment, they were deeply afraid their actions would attract Duan Lingtian's attention and bring about a fatal disaster to themselves. After all, even the strongest old ancestor of the blissful sect, Li Ping, had been killed by Duan Lingtian. If this had happened before Li Ping had become a celestial king, they would not have feared Duan Lingtian would annihilate the blissful sect even if Duan Lingtian had killed Li Ping. After all, it was highly likely that the blissful sect still had quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions. However, now that Li Ping, who had become a celestial king, was dead, they knew the purple-clad young man would not be afraid of the quasi-celestial kings hidden in the 6 southeastern regions, because the strength of those quasi-immortal kings was even inferior to Li Ping, who had just died. Chapter 2907. Who is he? Just now, the old ancestor called him Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Why does this name sound so familiar? Duan Lingtian? Isn't he the chief celestial alchemist of the Wastelands Tai celestial sect who became famous during the alchemy conference? That's right. It's him. The chief celestial alchemist of the Wastelands Tai celestial sect is also called Duan Lingtian. No wonder his name sounds familiar. Is Duan Lingtian the same as Duan Lingtian? You're thinking too much. Put aside the fact that the chief celestial alchemist of the blissful sect is not even 100 years old. He's an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist who's widely acknowledged as the #1 prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Even if he's not a celestial alchemist, it's impossible for him to be so strong when he's not even 100 years old. That's right. Duan Lingtian is at least a celestial king. Moreover, he's not an ordinary celestial king. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill old ancestor Li Ping so easily. Old ancestor Li Ping even used the 10,000 talismans bell, one of the 2 sect-guarding celestial weapons of the blissful sect. Even then, he still couldn't block Duan Lingtian's attack. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is at least a 3 talents celestial king. I agree. After all, Duan Lingtian didn't even use a celestial weapon when he attacked. In the distance, a group of blissful sect's disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of fear in their eyes. Why did he come to the blissful sect? He won't attack us, right? If he attacks us, we'll definitely die. Someone like him won't bother to attack us, right? Since the disciples of the blissful sect did not know the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit, they were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, they knew Duan Lingtian's strength was not to be trifled with. If Duan Lingtian wanted to attack them, even the sect leader of the blissful sect would not be able to protect them. After all, even their old ancestor who had just become a celestial king had been killed by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was the blissful sect of the blissful sect. If Duan Lingtian, Duan celestial, Duan Lingtian, now it's time to settle the score between us. Duan Lingtian ignored the disciples of the blissful sect. Instead, he looked at the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, led by Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, their expressions changed drastically. Duan Lingtian, the reason old ancestor Li and went to the Tai celestial sect to kill you in the wasteland has nothing to do with us or the blissful sect. Please don't misunderstand, an elder from the blissful sect, who was standing behind Lu Xiankong, said to Duan Lingtian anxiously. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiankong and the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect nodded in agreement. Although they had agreed to kill Duan Lingtian, they had no choice but to admit it. At this moment, they could not admit to it. If they did, they would definitely die. Even Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, who had become a celestial king, had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. With how easy it was for Duan Lingtian to kill Li Ping, it was impossible for them to even have the chance to escape. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he could easily kill all of them before they could escape. That's right. After a while, another elder of the blissful sect stepped forward and said, "Master Duan, we have nothing to do with Lian going to the Tai celestial sect to kill you. He's just trying to seek revenge on you for being too arrogant during the alchemy conference. In the past, he didn't dare to make a move on you for fear that you might be from a powerful clan in the central area. However, after he returned to the blissful sect, he used the sect's intelligence network to investigate you. After confirming that you're not from a powerful clan in the central area, he immediately brought Ji Fan to kill you." After the elder finished speaking, he looked at Ji Fan, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian coldly, and said, "You're right. As for Ji Fan, he's the one who instigated Li and to kill you, Master Duan. He said that we're only trying to shirk responsibility and protect ourselves by holding a meeting to kill you." The elder of the blissful sect looked at Duan Lingtian sincerely, as though he was trying to gain Duan Lingtian's trust. Nonsense. As soon as the elder of the blissful sect finished speaking, Ji Fan, who had just put the floating image pearl away, looked like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. He glared at the elder of the blissful sect and said coldly, "What are you talking about? Elder Yuan, you're spouting nonsense. I admit that I participated in the meeting to kill Master Duan. In fact, I even declared that I wanted to kill Master Duan. However, if you say that I'm the main culprit and want to clear your name, I won't accept it. I won't take the blame for this. It's not my fault, so don't try to make me the scapegoat." When Ji Fan reached the end of his sentence, his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, emitting waves of coldness. "Ji Fan, you're the culprit, and yet you're trying to drag us down with you. We didn't offend you in the past, did we? Ji Fan, you and old ancestor Li and were the ones who insisted on killing Master Duan. What does it have to do with us? Ji Fan, don't think you can fool Master Duan. With Master Duan's intelligence, how could he not see that you and old ancestor Lian were the ones who insisted on killing Master Duan?" Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, remained silent. However, the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect pointed at Ji Fan and shouted. Based on their words, it was obvious they were trying to shift the blame to Ji Fan. "Master Duan?" The elders called Duan Lingtian Master Duan. Moreover, the elders mentioned that Master Duan is from the Tai celestial sect of the wasteland. Is he really Master Duan from the Tai celestial sect of the wasteland? That's impossible, right? Master Duan isn't even 100 years old, right? It's already amazing that he has such achievements in alchemy, even though he's not even 100 years old. Moreover, he's also a celestial king? Is this a joke? The disciples of the blissful sect who were watching from afar were stunned when they heard the elders of the blissful sect addressing Duan Lingtian and mentioning Duan Lingtian's background. As far as they knew, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. Master Duan of the Tai celestial sect in the wasteland was indeed called Duan Lingtian. He was an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old. After the alchemy conference, he was widely acknowledged as the best prominent celestial alchemist in the 6 southeastern regions. Apart from that, they did not know much about Duan Lingtian from the Tai celestial sect of the wasteland. I don't think that's possible. If he's really Master Duan, it's too unbelievable, right? That's right. He's not even 100 years old. But he's not only an outstanding prominent celestial alchemist, but he's also a celestial king? Is it even possible for such a monster to exist in this world? I think it's impossible as well. How can there be such a coincidence? Earlier, the elders mentioned that Duan Lingtian had a feud with old ancestor Lian during the alchemy conference. As far as I know, there's only one person called Duan Lingtian from the Tai celestial sect of the Wasteland who attended the alchemy conference, right? Is it possible that he's really Duan Lingtian? This is too unbelievable. As the disciples of the blissful sect discussed among themselves, they were certain that Duan Lingtian was a supreme, celestial alchemist. The purple-clad young man in front of them was at least a 3 talents celestial king. He was the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai celestial sect of the Wasteland, Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian scoffed when he saw the elders of the blissful sect trying to frame Ji Fan, causing the elders to shut their mouths immediately. Master Duan. At this moment, Ji Fan looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, Master Duan, even if you really want to kill me, I, Ji Fan, still want to say that apart from me, they're also the ones who decided to kill you. Ji Fan said coldly as he looked at the elders of the blissful sect. Ji Fan, you're going to die, and you're going to drag me down with you? Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, the elders of the blissful sect, who had fallen silent earlier, jumped up in anger. Master Duan, don't believe Ji Fan's words. Ji Fan has nothing left to lose. He just wants to drag a few more people down with him. That's right, Master Duan. Ji Fan's words can't be trusted. Master Duan! The group of blissful sect's elders looked at Duan Lingtian and began to defend themselves. Beads of cold sweat could be seen on their foreheads. Sect leader Lu, do you have anything to say? Duan Lingtian ignored the elders of the blissful sect and looked at Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, who had remained silent all this while. Master Duan, just as the elders of the blissful sect have said, this matter is the fault of my unfilial disciple, Ji Fan, and my master, Lian Lu Xiankong, finally spoke in a deep voice when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Chapter 2908. Although I wasn't involved in your death, Master Duan, Ji Fan is my direct disciple, and Lian is my master. It's only right for me to bear some responsibility. Lu Xiankong looked at Duan Lingtian and said sincerely, however, I hope you can spare the innocent elders of the blissful sect. Ha ha ha! As soon as Lu Xiankong finished speaking, Ji Fan, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, could not help but burst out laughing. Lu Xiankong, although I've been your direct disciple for many years, I didn't expect you to be so good at acting. Grandmaster, all of you and I were the ones who made the decision to kill Master Duan. Now, you're trying to shift the blame to Grandmaster and me? If that's the case, why didn't you explain yourself when I said all of you were the ones who made the decision to kill Master Duan? Why are all of you trying to explain yourself after Master Duan killed Li Ping? Ji Fan sneered when he finished speaking. Master Duan, don't listen to him. Master Duan, he's lying. Upon hearing Ji Fan's words, the elders of the blissful sect grew anxious again. They wanted to defend themselves, but Ji Fan's words did not reach their ears. However, Duan Lingtian was already tired of listening to their excuses. In fact, he knew they were trying to shift the blame when they tried to shift the blame to Duan Lingtian. After all, there was no reason for Ji Fan to lie to him earlier. He had only asked Ji Fan about it after he killed Lian. That was also the time when Ji Fan was the most terrified. At that time, Ji Fan couldn't possibly lie, nor did he have the guts to do so. Humph! Duan Lingtian scoffed when the elders of the blissful sect tried to shift the blame to Ji Fan. This cold snort was even colder than the cold snort from before. It made everyone present feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. In the next moment, before the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect, including Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, could react, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold. Following that, purple energy surged out of his body, and the silhouette of a golden Buddha appeared. After a few moments, the silhouette of the golden Buddha merged with the purple energy, and the silhouette of the golden Buddha seemed to come to life. Whoosh! 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 Duan Ling Tian waved his hands, and purple palm seals shot out of his hands one after another before they rained down on the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. No, Lu Xiankong, the sect leader of the blissful sect, only had time to let out an indignant roar before he was drowned by the palm prints and turned into a bloody rain. Since the other high-ranking officials of the blissful sect were sect, they did not even have the chance of Duan Lingtian's death before they could react. Blood rained down from the sky, staining the corpses of the blissful sect's disciples and staining the ground red. At this moment, the air seemed to have solidified. It was only when the blood rained down from the sky and became a part of the ground that the air seemed to have calmed down. However, the air was still filled with the stench of blood, and it was nauseating. The disciples of the blissful sect were no exception. Hiss! 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 Although the disciples of the blissful sect did not know what had happened, they realized something when they saw Duan Lingtian collecting a large number of spatial rings with just a wave of his hand. They realized that all the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect had been killed. Moreover, the blood on the ground was the best proof of this. For a moment, the disciples of the blissful sect trembled in fear. They wanted to throw up, but they did not dare to do so. They did not want to provoke the purple-clad young man in the distance. How nice would it be if I could always have this kind of power? After collecting the spatial rings of the blissful sect's high-ranking officials, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hands and clenched them a few times. A hint of intoxication could be seen on his face. Although Duan Lingtian's strength today was not as strong as when he was in the Tai-I celestial sect in the wasteland, it was still not as strong as before. After all, he had used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would deplete his energy. However, the strength he had displayed today was comparable to a 10 Directions celestial king. With the strength of a 10 Directions celestial king, he easily killed Li Ping, the old ancestor of the blissful sect, who had just become a celestial king. Then he easily killed the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had everything under his control. He felt invincible in the 6 southeastern regions and the borderlands. He enjoyed this feeling very much. It's a pity that my strength is depleted every time I use it. Now that I've depleted a lot of energy, I'm afraid my strength is only comparable to an 8 trigrams celestial king. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Killing Li Ping and the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect had depleted a lot of his energy. After all, Li Ping and the other high-ranking officials were not weak. He had to expend a lot of energy to kill them. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he stood there in a daze. Meanwhile, Ji Fan, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, had an anxious expression on his face. After all, he was unsure if Duan Lingtian would kill him after killing the high-ranking officials of the blissful sect. Thus, at this moment, he felt very tormented, extremely tormented. I was too greedy. I'm lucky to have obtained the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon and temporarily possess strength comparable to an ordinary celestial duke. Ordinary people don't even have such an opportunity. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he thought about this. He felt that he had been too greedy. However, if it were anyone else, they would have the same thoughts as Duan Lingtian. There were some things that one had not experienced before. Once one had experienced it, one would not want to lose it again. This was the case for Duan Lingtian at this moment. Among the people who decided to kill me during the meeting, are there any who escaped? After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He turned to look at Ji Fan and asked, and no. Ji Fan was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Then he shook his head and said, apart from some elders who weren't in the blissful sect's estate, The high-ranking officials who attended the meeting in the blissful sex estate are all present. Ji Fan paused for a moment as though he had thought of something. Then he continued to say, "However, there are some who escaped as well." "There are some who escaped as well?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. "For example, me." Ji Fan pointed at himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. "You?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Ji Fan indifferently. He did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he asked, "I asked you to use the floating image pearl to record the scene of me killing Li Ping. Did you record it?" Although it was an accident that Li Ping had a breakthrough and became a celestial king, he did not move at all when I killed him. Under such circumstances, the floating image pearl, a Duke-grade celestial weapon, was able to record the scene of his death. Don't tell me you forgot. If you really forgot to record it, don't blame me for going back on my word and killing you. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Ji Fan. "I did record it. I did record it. Master Duan, I did record it." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ji Fan hastily nodded and sighed in relief. "Now, there's something I need you to do." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he instructed Ji Fan. "If you do this well, I won't pursue the enmity between us anymore. However, if you don't do a good job, you should know the consequences." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes again. "Don't worry, Master Duan. I, Ji Fan, will definitely do a good job. I won't disappoint you." Ji Fan promised repeatedly in the face of Duan Lingtian's threat. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded before he turned around and left. He had no intention of bringing Ji Fan with him. Ji Fan heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian's back disappearing into the fog. At the same time, he stepped into the air and flew toward the blissful sect's disciples in the distance. The blissful sect's disciples heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian leaving. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian leaving and Ji Fan approaching them, their expressions changed immediately. Arhat. Although their expressions changed, they still greeted Ji Fan respectfully. It was as though they had not heard Ji Fan's announcement that he was leaving the blissful sect. Due to the distance, the blissful sect's disciples did not know what Duan Lingtian had told Ji Fan. Moreover, even if they knew what Duan Lingtian had told Ji Fan, they knew Ji Fan would no longer be related to Duan Lingtian after Duan Lingtian left the blissful sect. They still did not dare to act impudently in front of Ji Fan. After all, Ji Fan's strength was far stronger than any of them. Most importantly, they thought Ji Fan was Duan Lingtian's subordinate, a 3-talent celestial king, or someone stronger than a 3-talent celestial king. For this reason, they did not dare to disrespect Ji Fan at all. "I have something that I need all of you to do," Ji Fan said indifferently as he looked at the blissful sect's disciples. "You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.